Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner of the evening. As the gentle whispers of spring stir the world awake, we invite you to let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil moment. Here, amidst the renewal of the season, lies the perfect opportunity to immerse yourself in our peaceful stories. Remember, you can enjoy these tales ad-free on Patreon, should you wish to explore further. We are truly grateful for your presence tonight, and we wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Now let's journey into the heart of spring and the serenity it offers. Story 1. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Rowan who carried a secret in their quiet heart. Rowan moved through the world like a soft breeze, speaking in hushed tones and walking with gentle steps, as if afraid to disturb the delicate balance of things. Their home was a small cottage with ivy climbing its stone walls, and around it lay a garden that seemed to sleep through all seasons, never quite waking to its full potential. Rowan's secret was this: whenever they felt uncertain or afraid, small, silvery marks would appear on their skin, tracing patterns like frost on a window pane. When they felt joy, tiny blossoms would unfurl in their hair, petals soft as whispered secrets. And when they grew thoughtful, their eyes would shift color like the sky at twilight. These changes frightened Rowan, who longed only for sameness and stillness, for a life that held no surprises. One evening, as Rowan sat watching the sunset paint the clouds in hues of rose and lavender, an old gardener appeared at their gate. He carried a willow basket filled with seeds and wore a hat woven from river reeds. His eyes held the quiet depth of forest pools, and his hands were etched with lines that spoke of turning soil and tending growing things. "Good evening," he said, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "I've been walking many days, and I wonder if I might rest a while in your garden." Rowan, though hesitant, nodded and invited the old man to sit on the wooden bench beneath the hawthorn tree. The gardener looked around at the sleeping garden, at the flowers that never quite opened and the trees that never quite reached for the sky. "This garden holds its breath," he observed gently. "It waits for something or someone." Rowan wrapped their arms around themselves, and silver marks bloomed along their wrists. "I don't know how to wake it," they confessed. "I've tried watering and weeding, but nothing seems to help." The old gardener smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Gardens don't respond to effort alone," he said. "They respond to courage, to the quiet unfolding that happens when we stop being afraid of our own changes." He reached into his basket and withdrew a single seed, no larger than a teardrop, that shimmered with a soft inner light. "This is a moonseed," he explained. "It will only grow when planted by someone who is learning to embrace their own transformation. Would you like to try?" With trembling fingers, Rowan took the seed. As they did, tiny white blossoms appeared in their hair, smelling of night-blooming jasmine. The old gardener simply nodded, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. That night, Rowan planted the moonseed in a quiet corner of the garden where the soil was dark and rich. As they pressed the seed into the earth, they whispered their hope that something beautiful might grow there. The next morning, a slender green shoot had emerged, crowned by 2 leaves that shimmered with dew. Thus began Rowan's gentle metamorphosis, marked not by dramatic upheavals, but by small, significant moments. The first victory came on a morning when Rowan noticed that the rose bushes near the cottage had begun to grow thorns sharper than before. Rowan, who usually avoided anything that might cause pain, felt the familiar fear rising. Silver patterns spread across their skin like a protective shield. But then they remembered the old gardener's words about courage being a form of tenderness. Instead of retreating, Rowan approached the roses and began to prune them with careful hands. As they worked, the thorns softened, and the roses bloomed into flowers the color of courage, a deep, vibrant crimson that seemed to pulse with gentle strength. The old gardener appeared that afternoon, though Rowan never saw him arrive. He simply was there, sitting by the newly blooming roses. "Thorns protect beauty," he said softly. "And sometimes what we think will hurt us is simply teaching us how to be strong." Rowan nodded, understanding dawning like the morning sun. That evening they noticed that the silver patterns on their skin had transformed into delicate tracings that looked like rose vines, with tiny leaf-shaped marks where before there had been only protective frost. Days turned to weeks, each bringing its own small lesson. There was the afternoon when Rowan found a caterpillar slowly inching its way across the garden path. They built it a small shelter of leaves and twigs, and watched as it began to spin its cocoon. Day after day, Rowan visited the cocoon, learning the patience of becoming. They began to understand that some of the most important changes happen in darkness and silence, where no one can see. During this time, Rowan noticed that the garden had begun to respond to their inner shifts. When they felt uncertain, the flowers would bow their heads as if in sympathy. But when Rowan practiced speaking their thoughts aloud, even just to the birds and the bees, the blossoms would turn toward them, their colors deepening. The vegetable patch grew more abundant when Rowan remembered to be grateful for small things, the taste of sun-warmed berries, the sound of rain on the roof, the way moonlight silvered the garden path. One evening the old gardener returned, this time carrying a lantern that cast a soft, golden light. "You've been tending your garden well," he said. "And I see you've been tending yourself too." Rowan looked down at their hands, where today tiny star-shaped marks had appeared. "The changes still frighten me sometimes," they admitted. "Of course they do," the gardener said gently. "Change is the one constant in this world, and it takes courage to flow with it rather than struggle against it. But look." He pointed to the cocoon, which had begun to tremble slightly. "Some transformations cannot be rushed, but they cannot be stopped either." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in the earth, of caterpillars dreaming butterfly dreams, of their own heart unfolding like a flower. When they woke, the first thing they saw was the cocoon, now empty, and a newly emerged butterfly drying its wings on a nearby branch. Its wings were the color of twilight and dawn combined, with patterns that reminded Rowan of the marks on their own skin. As Rowan watched the butterfly test its wings, they felt something shift inside them, a quiet understanding that had been growing like a seed in dark soil. They walked to the mirror and looked at their reflection. The person looking back had eyes that shifted like the sea, hair that held the memory of blossoms, and skin that told stories in silver and gold. And for the first time, Rowan saw not something strange or frightening, but something beautiful. They walked out into the garden, which had transformed while they slept. Flowers of every color nodded in the morning breeze, their petals fully open as if drinking the sunlight. Trees reached toward the sky with new confidence. The vegetables stood tall and proud in their beds. And in the corner where Rowan had planted the moonseed, now grew a plant with silver leaves and flowers that glowed with soft, moon-like light. The old gardener was waiting by the gate, his willow basket now empty. "The garden has awakened," he said, his voice filled with quiet joy. "And so have you. Will you stay?" Rowan asked, but even as they spoke, they knew the answer. The gardener shook his head gently. "My work here is done, but yours is just beginning. There are other sleeping gardens, other hearts afraid of their own beauty. When you're ready, you'll know how to help them." He placed his weathered hand on Rowan's shoulder, and for a moment Rowan felt a warmth spread through them, a sense of deep connection to all growing things. Then the gardener turned and walked down the path, growing fainter with each step, until he seemed to become part of the morning mist. Rowan stood in their awakened garden, breathing in the scent of blooming things. They felt no sadness at the gardener's departure, for they understood now that mentors appear when we need them most, then leave us with the tools to continue growing on our own. That afternoon, a young neighbor appeared at the gate, their eyes wide with wonder at the transformed garden. "How did you make it so beautiful?" they asked in a hushed voice. Rowan smiled, and as they did, tiny luminous petals appeared in their hair, casting a soft glow. "It began with a single seed," they said, "and a great deal of patience." They reached into their pocket and withdrew a moonseed that had appeared there that morning, knowing instinctively that it was time to pass on the gift. "Would you like to plant it?" Rowan asked, and as the young neighbor reached for the seed with trembling fingers, Rowan saw the beginnings of their own transformation, a subtle shimmer in the air around them, a light that hadn't been there before. The sun began to set, painting the sky in colors that echoed the flowers in the garden. Rowan breathed deeply, feeling the rhythm of their heartbeat matching the gentle pulse of the growing things around them. The silver marks on their skin had settled into a permanent tracery that looked like vine patterns, beautiful and natural. Their eyes now held the shifting colors of the sky throughout the day, dawn's soft pink, noon's clear blue, twilight's deep purple. They understood now that metamorphosis wasn't a destination but a continuous unfolding, like a garden that forever discovers new ways to bloom. The cocoon had been necessary, the darkness essential, the patience transformative. And now, standing in this garden that had once slept and now wakened, Rowan knew this wasn't an ending at all, but the most beautiful beginning. As the stars emerged like seeds sown across the night sky, Rowan breathed in the scent of earth and blossoms, feeling the comfortable truth that change, when welcomed with an open heart, becomes not something to fear but the very substance of beauty itself. And in the quiet of the evening, with the moonseed planted and the garden breathing in rhythm with their own heart, Rowan knew that tomorrow would bring its own small transformations, its own gentle unfoldings, and that this was exactly as it should be. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to whisper secrets only the night could understand. Outside, the wind murmured through the pine trees, a lullaby for the sleeping world. Come closer, dear listener, and let me tell you a story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that refused to go out. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering wood, lived a boy named Rowan. He was a quiet child, with a heart full of wonder and a mind that often wandered down paths less traveled. While other children in the village played boisterous games of tag and chase, Rowan preferred the company of the forest's gentle silence. He would spend hours tracing the veins on leaves, listening to the conversations of brooks, and watching the slow, deliberate journey of clouds across the sky. His most treasured possessions were not toys, but things he found: a feather as soft as a sigh, a stone worn smooth by a river's patience, a piece of bark that curled like a sleeping cat. He kept them in a small wooden box under his bed, a collection of quiet miracles. One evening, as autumn began to paint the world in shades of gold and crimson, a peculiar restlessness settled in Rowan's heart. The air had grown crisp, and the sun retired earlier each day, leaving the world to the dominion of long, purple shadows. From his window he watched the forest deepen into darkness. But on this particular night, he saw something he had never seen before. Deep within the thicket, where the trees grew so close they seemed to be sharing secrets, a soft, pulsing glow appeared. It was not the harsh white of a flashlight or the orange flicker of a distant cottage window. This light was the color of warm honey and smoldering embers, a gentle, breathing luminescence that called to him without making a sound. The following day, the memory of that light clung to Rowan like the scent of wood smoke. After his chores were done and his supper eaten, he gathered his courage. Taking his warmest jacket and a small, reliable lantern, he slipped out into the cooling evening. The path into the forest was one he knew well, a ribbon of packed earth softened by fallen needles. But tonight he ventured beyond his usual turning point, heading toward the heart of the woods where the light had been. The forest at dusk was a different creature. Sounds were muffled by the twilight, and the air grew still and expectant. His lantern cast a wobbly circle of light at his feet, but ahead, the darkness was profound. Just as a thread of doubt began to weave itself through his resolve, he saw it again. That same honeyed glow, pulsing softly from behind a great, ancient oak, whose roots sprawled across the forest floor like the legs of a slumbering giant. He approached cautiously, his breath misting in the cool air. The light was coming from a low, narrow opening between two of the massive roots, an entrance he had never noticed before, cleverly hidden by ferns and shadows. Taking a deep breath, Rowan got down on his hands and knees and crawled inside. The space opened up almost immediately, and he found he could stand. He had entered a vast, hidden chamber, a cathedral formed by the interwoven roots of the ancient tree. The air was warm and smelled richly of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something sweet, like wild strawberries and clover. And all around him, the source of the glow was revealed. Growing from the earthen walls and ceiling were clusters of leaves unlike any he had ever seen. They were shaped like the leaves of the silver birch, but they glowed with that same inner light, pulsing softly as if in time with a heartbeat. They cast the entire chamber in a cozy, golden radiance, banishing the harshness of the dark. In the center of the chamber sat a small, still pool of water, its surface as black and perfect as polished obsidian, reflecting the glowing leaves like a scatter of fallen stars. And there, sitting by the pool, was a creature. She was small, no taller than Rowan's knee, with skin the color of weathered bark and hair like fine, silvery moss. Her eyes were the deep, knowing green of the forest itself, and they widened in surprise at the sight of him. She held a small, woven basket in her lap, filled with what looked like dewdrops that shimmered with captured light. For a long moment they simply stared at one another, the human boy and the forest creature, each as surprised as the other. The only sound was the gentle drip of water somewhere in the chamber and the soft, almost imperceptible hum of the glowing leaves. "You can see the gleam," the creature said finally. Her voice was like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, soft and layered with age. The gleam," Rowan asked, his own voice a whisper. She gestured with a slender hand to the glowing leaves around them. "The ember leaves, they hold the last of the day's warmth and light. They are the memory of the sun, sleeping until the dawn." She studied him, her head tilted. "Most of your kind have forgotten how to see it. Their eyes are too busy." "I'm Rowan," he said, feeling it was the right thing to do. "I am Fia," she replied. "I am a keeper of this grove." Thus began an unexpected friendship, as delicate and strong as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. Rowan visited the hidden grove whenever he could. Fia taught him the quiet ways of her world. She showed him how the ember leaves drank the sunlight all day long, storing it away to burn through the night, a promise that the dark was only temporary. She taught him that the dewdrops she collected were not just water, but tiny vessels for starlight, which she used to polish the leaves and keep their glow bright. In return, Rowan brought Fia stories from his world. He told her of the village baker whose bread was always warm, of the blacksmith's hammer ringing like a bell, of the way the rain sounded drumming on his cottage roof. He brought her a smooth, gray stone from the river, which she placed by her pool, declaring it a fine throne for a sleepy frog. He brought her the feather from his collection, and she wove it into her hair, a soft, white contrast to her mossy locks. Their time together was filled with these small, authentic moments. They would sit by the still pool, not always talking, but simply being. Rowan felt a peace in the grove that he found nowhere else. It was a place where his quiet nature was not an oddity, but a virtue. Fia, in her ancient, slow-moving way, was teaching him that stillness was not emptiness, but a space filled with its own kind of life. But as the days grew shorter and the nights longer and colder, Rowan began to notice a change. The ember leaves, which had once glowed with a steady, confident light, now flickered uncertainly. Their golden hue was tinged with a weary orange, and some of the smaller clusters had gone dark altogether. "The long dark is coming," Fia said one evening, her voice heavy with a sorrow that seemed too large for her small frame. She was carefully dabbing a fading leaf with one of her starlight dewdrops, but the leaf only gave a feeble pulse in response. "The sun grows weak and sleeps longer. The ember leaves cannot store what is not given. If their light fails completely, the heart of the forest will grow cold and forget how to wake in the spring." Rowan's heart sank. The cozy, magical grove felt suddenly fragile. The gentle mystery of the glowing leaves was unraveling into a quiet crisis. "Is there nothing we can do?" he asked, his voice small in the vast, root-bound chamber. Fia looked up, her green eyes luminous with worry. "There is an old story," she murmured, settling herself on a cushion of velvety moss. "A tale from when the world was younger. It speaks of a sunstone, a piece of the very first dawn, hidden deep within the whispering caves at the forest's northern edge. It is said to hold a pure, eternal warmth, a seed of light that could rekindle the ember leaves for 100 winters." Hope, fragile as a moth's wing, fluttered in Rowan's chest. "Then we must find it." Fia shook her head, a sad, slow movement. "The path is forgotten, the caves are a labyrinth, and their whispers have confused and turned back many who were wiser and braver than I. I cannot leave the grove for so long. The leaves need constant care now, more than ever." Rowan looked at his friend, at the fading light around them, and he felt a determination burn steady and true within him. It was not a loud, blazing courage, but a quiet, stubborn ember. He was not a great warrior or a powerful wizard. He was just a quiet boy who listened. And perhaps that was what was needed. "I will go," he said. Fia stared at him. "You little one, it is a dangerous journey." "You taught me that the forest speaks if you listen," Rowan said. "You showed me that the quiet paths are often the right ones. I may not be wise or brave in the ways of stories, but I can listen. I can find the way." The look in Fia's eyes changed from worry to a deep, profound respect. She nodded slowly. "Then you must listen with more than your ears. Listen with your feet on the earth. Listen with the wind on your face. The forest will guide you, for you carry its wonder in your heart." Before he set out at first light, Fia gave him 3 gifts. The first was a small woven pouch containing a handful of the last, brightest ember leaves. "So you will always have a little light, and so I will know you are safe," she said. The second was a tiny vial of her starlight dewdrops, to remind you of the promises the night sky keeps. The third was a simple map, not drawn on parchment, but scratched onto a large, dry leaf. It showed only one thing, the North Star, shining above a single gnarled tree. And so, as a pale, cold sun rose over the frost-tipped grass, Rowan began his journey. He walked north as the map instructed, the pouch of ember leaves glowing warmly against his chest. The forest was vast and ancient. He walked until the familiar trails disappeared, and he was navigating by the lay of the land and the position of the sun, which played hide-and-seek behind the thick, gray clouds. He walked all day, his feet sore but his spirit resolute. He remembered Fia's words and tried to listen. He noticed how the moss grew thicker on the north side of the trees. He paid attention to the subtle guidance of the wind, which seemed to push him gently in one direction. When he came to a fork in an animal trail, he closed his eyes and felt which path felt more open, more welcoming. It was not a logic of maps, but a wisdom of the heart. As dusk began to settle, he found the gnarled tree from the map, a lonely, wind-sculpted pine standing sentinel on a rocky ridge. And there in the side of the ridge was the dark, yawning mouth of the whispering caves. The entrance was a gash of blackness in the fading light. A cold breath flowed from it, carrying the smell of stone and deep, still water. Taking a deep breath, Rowan took one of the ember leaves from his pouch. It glowed bravely in the deepening gloom, and he stepped inside. The caves were not silent. A soft, constant sigh echoed through the vast chambers, the whisper that gave the caves their name. At first it was just a sound, but as Rowan ventured deeper, the whispers began to form words, though they were just on the edge of understanding. Turn back, one seemed to sigh from a tunnel to his left. Lost, you are lost, murmured another from a crevice above. Nothing here but stone and shadow. They were voices of doubt and fear, and they plucked at the edges of Rowan's courage. For a moment he hesitated, the darkness pressing in around his small circle of light. He thought of Fia, of the fading grove, of the friendship that had warmed his heart. He clutched the vial of starlight dewdrops. They were a promise. He did not shout back at the whispers. He did not run. He simply stood still in the center of the cavern, and he listened. Not to the fearful words, but to the silence between them. He listened with his feet, feeling the solid, unchanging rock beneath him. He listened with his heart, which beat a steady, reassuring rhythm. And then he heard it. A different whisper, so faint it was almost a feeling. It didn't come from the walls, but from the air itself. It was a thread of warmth, a subtle pull, like the scent of a distant fireplace on a cold night. It was calling him forward. He followed it, turning away from the fearful whispers, moving toward the gentle, warm pull. The caverns twisted and turned, a labyrinth of stone. Sometimes the warm whisper grew stronger, sometimes it faded, and the cold, doubting voices would swell. Each time Rowan would stop, close his eyes, and listen for that thread of warmth again. His journey through the caves was a transformation, as sure as fire transforms wood. He was burning away his uncertainty, forging a new strength from patience and trust. Finally, after what felt like an age, the tunnel opened into a vast, circular chamber. And in the center of that chamber, resting on a natural pedestal of rock, was the sunstone. It was not a dazzling gem. It was a smooth, oval stone about the size of Rowan's fist, the color of dark honey. But from within it glowed with the same gentle, ember-like light as the leaves in Fia's grove. It was a deep, resonant warmth that filled the chamber not with blinding light, but with a profound sense of peace and enduring promise. This was the seed of the first dawn. As Rowan approached, the fearful whispers in the cave fell completely silent, replaced by a soft, humming contentment. He reached out and picked up the stone. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but with a living, comforting heat that seeped into his cold fingers and traveled all the way to his heart. He placed it carefully in his pouch, next to the few remaining ember leaves, which immediately brightened, their glow reflecting the stone's steady radiance. The journey back felt shorter, lighter. The cave seemed to guide him, the once confusing paths now feeling clear and direct. When he finally emerged, blinking in the late afternoon light, he felt as if he had been gone for a lifetime, and yet no time at all. He did not stop to rest. He walked through the night, the sunstone a comforting weight against his chest, its light spilling from his pouch and illuminating his path through the dark woods. He reached the great oak as the first birds began to tentatively greet the coming day. He crawled back into the hidden grove. Fia was there, looking tired and small, surrounded by leaves that were now barely glowing. Her face, when she saw him, was a sunrise in itself. He didn't need to say a word. He simply opened the pouch and took out the sunstone. The moment it was free of the leather, its warm, golden light flooded the chamber. It washed over the walls, the ceiling, the still pool. And as it touched the weary ember leaves, a miracle unfolded. Their faint glows strengthened. The weary orange faded, replaced by a vibrant, healthy gold. The leaves that had gone dark shivered, and a tiny spark of light flickered back to life in their centers, growing steadily until they shone as bright as their neighbors. The grove was filled once more with its cozy, breathing luminescence, brighter and more resilient than before. Fia placed a hand on the sunstone, her eyes closed. A single tear, which gleamed like a dewdrop, traced a path down her bark-like cheek. "You have saved the heart of the forest, Rowan," she whispered. "You have brought the dawn back to us." She took the stone and placed it in the center of the still pool. It did not sink but rested on the surface, its light reflecting and multiplying in the black water until the entire grove was bathed in a doubled, glorious radiance. "Here it will stay," Fia said. "Its warmth will feed the roots of the great tree, and the ember leaves will never fade again." Rowan stayed until the true sun was high in the sky, sleeping for a few hours on a bed of soft moss, the gentle light of the sunstone his blanket. When he finally returned to his cottage, no one knew of the great quest he had undertaken. They simply saw a quiet boy return from the woods, a little tired, but with a new, steady light in his own eyes. He still visited the grove, of course. His friendship with Fia was a constant, warm ember in his life. The grove was now a place of perpetual, gentle twilight, a sanctuary of warmth and light that endured through the coldest, darkest nights of winter. The mystery had been solved, the journey completed, the friendship forged in the gentle fires of shared purpose. And so, dear listener, as the fire in our own hearth begins to burn down to glowing embers, remember Rowan's story. Remember that the greatest transformations often happen in the quietest of ways. That light can be found in the most hidden of places, and that a friendship once kindled can warm the coldest of nights. The world outside is dark and still now. The wind has settled into a soft sigh. The stars are keeping their quiet watch. Let the memory of the ember leaves and the steady glow of the sunstone comfort you. Let your own heart be a hidden grove filled with warmth and quiet light. Close your eyes now. The journey is over. The mystery is solved. All is well, and it is time for restful dreams. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, golden light dancing across the room like a host of gentle sprites. The logs settled with a soft sigh, sending up a shower of amber sparks that winked out before they could even think of touching the stone. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a low, humming lullaby for the sleeping world. But inside, in this circle of warmth and light, a story was waiting to be told. It begins, as the best stories often do, with something small and something lost. In a little stone cottage, much like the one we imagine now, lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web at dawn, the particular scent of the air just before a snowfall, the secret language of the birds in the hawthorn tree. But for all his noticing, Kaelen often felt a peculiar sort of loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful bustle of his village could not quite fill. It was a loneliness that felt like a cold hearth on a winter's night. One afternoon, when the sun was a pale, lemon-yellow coin in a sky of washed-out gray, Kaelen was gathering kindling at the edge of the whispering woods. These were ancient woods, old as the hills themselves, and the villagers spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the trees murmured secrets to those who knew how to listen, and that deep within their heart, magic still slumbered, warm and deep as a banked fire. As Kaelen bent to pick up a bundle of dry twigs, a flicker of light, faint but persistent, caught his eye. It came from beneath the gnarled roots of a great grandfather oak. Curious, he knelt down, brushing away the damp carpet of moss and last year's leaves. There, nestled in the dark, rich earth, was a small, smooth stone. But it was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft inner light, the color of warm embers in a dying fire. When he picked it up, it was surprisingly warm to the touch, and a gentle, soothing heat spread through his fingers, up his arm, and settled comfortably in his chest, filling that cold, hollow space for the very first time. He held it in his cupped palms, marveling at its gentle glow. It seemed to breathe with a light of its own, brightening and fading in a slow, steady rhythm. He knew with a certainty that came from that newly warmed place in his heart that this was a thing of wonder. He tucked the emberstone safely into the inner pocket of his coat, right over his heart, and finished his chore, the strange warmth a constant, comforting companion. That night, as he lay in his bed, the stone glowed softly on his bedside table. And in its light he dreamed. Not a dream of images, but of feelings, a profound sense of longing, and a whisper on the edge of hearing, a voice that was like the rustle of leaves and the chuckle of a hidden stream. It called him not with words, but with a feeling of pure, undiluted need. The next day and the day after that, the pull grew stronger. The emberstone would glow a little brighter when he faced the woods, its warmth becoming a gentle, insistent pressure. Kael understood. The stone was not his to keep. It was a key, or perhaps a message, and it needed to go home. So on the morning of the third day, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and the emberstone held tightly in his hand, Kael stepped into the whispering woods. The moment he passed under the canopy of the great trees, the world changed. The sounds of the village, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of neighbors, vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. Sunlight filtered down in slanting, golden pillars, illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny fairies. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something sweet and wild, like blooming night flowers. He walked for what felt like hours, following the stone's gentle guidance. It was his compass. When the path forked, he would hold it out, and it would glow more fiercely, pointing the way like a silent, steady star. The woods were alive with quiet magic. Once a fox with fur the color of autumn bracken paused to look at him, its eyes intelligent and knowing, before slipping soundlessly into the ferns. Another time he passed a clearing where mushrooms grew in a perfect, glittering circle, and he thought he heard the faint, silvery sound of laughter carried on the breeze. As dusk began to paint the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kael found himself at the base of a small, grassy hill. At its side was the entrance to a cave, almost completely hidden by a curtain of trailing ivy. The emberstone was now so warm and bright it illuminated the deepening twilight around him, its light beating in time with his own heart. This was the place. He pushed the ivy aside and stepped into the cave. He expected darkness and damp, but instead he was met with the most astonishing sight. The cave opened up into a vast, hidden cavern. The walls were not of rough stone, but of smooth, crystalline rock that reflected and magnified the light from thousands upon thousands of glowing mosses and gently pulsing fungi. The air was warm and hummed with a soft, musical energy. In the center of this subterranean world stood a tree, but it was a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark was silvery white, and its leaves were not green, but a shifting tapestry of gold, copper, and deep, fiery orange. They shimmered with their own inner light, casting a cozy, dappled glow across the entire cavern. This was the ember tree, the heart of the whispering woods. But all was not well. As Kael drew nearer, his heart sank. The great tree, while still breathtakingly beautiful, looked tired. Many of its luminous leaves had fallen, lying in a sad, dimming carpet around its roots. The light that pulsed through its trunk was faint and irregular, like a faltering heartbeat. The air in the cavern, though warm, carried a subtle chill, a whisper of decay. And there, curled at the base of the tree, was a small, furry creature. It was about the size of a hare, with soft, gray fur and enormous, liquid eyes that held the deep, ancient green of the forest itself. Its long, delicate ears drooped, and it was shivering, though not from cold. It was shivering from sorrow. This was a glimmerkin, a guardian of the deep woods, and its name was Lumina. Lumina looked up as Kael approached, its large eyes widening at the sight of the emberstone in his hand. it did not startle or flee. Instead, it made a soft, chirruping sound, a mixture of hope and profound weariness. "You have come," its voice whispered in Kael's mind, not as words, but as pure meaning, like the understanding that comes with a sudden, clear thought. "The Heartstone has called you." Kael knelt, holding out the stone. "It guided me here," he said softly, his own voice seeming loud in the hushed cavern. It felt lost." "It was not lost," Lumina replied, its mental voice frail. "It was fading. I sent it out into the world, a final hope. The ember tree is dying. Its light, its memory, its very soul is fading. And as it fades, so too does the magic of the woods. The whispers are growing silent. The colors are dimming. I have tried everything I know, but I am just one small glimmerkin. I cannot remember the old songs strongly enough to heal it." Kael looked from the sad, shivering creature to the magnificent, ailing tree. The warmth of the stone in his hand felt like a promise. "What can I do?" he asked. "How can I help?" Lumina's ears twitched slightly. "The tree does not feed on sun and rain alone. It feeds on stories, on memories, on the warmth of shared experiences. For centuries, the creatures of the wood would come and share their tales, of adventures under the moon, of friendships forged, of lessons learned, their joy and their sorrow. Their hopes and their dreams, these were the nutrients that kept the ember tree's heart fire burning. But the world has changed. The creatures have grown wary. They have forgotten the old ways. The stories have stopped coming. And the tree is starving." Kael understood then. The loneliness he had felt, the hollow space, it was a mirror of the tree's own emptiness. He had come here not just to return a stone, but to fill a void. "I have stories," Kael said, his voice gaining strength. "They might not be grand or magical, but they are mine." He sat down cross-legged on the soft, mossy ground beside Lumina. He placed the Heartstone gently among the roots of the tree, where it glowed in sympathetic rhythm with the tree's weak light. Then he began to speak. He told the tree and the little glimmerkin about his life. He described the feeling of his mother's hands, rough and gentle from her work in the garden, and the smell of the herb bread she baked on rainy days. He recounted the time he had helped a fledgling sparrow, fallen from its nest, and the fierce, proud joy he felt when it finally took flight. He spoke of the ache of loneliness, of watching the other children play their boisterous games and feeling like a shadow on the wall. He told them of finding the stone and the warmth it had brought him. As he spoke, something remarkable began to happen. The ember tree's faint light seemed to steady. One of its leaves, high up on a branch, glowed a little more brightly, shifting from a dull copper to a vibrant, fiery gold. A single perfect leaf, looking as fresh as a spring bud, unfurled from a bare twig. Lumina, who had been curled in a ball of misery, uncurled slightly. Its large green eyes were fixed on Kael, and a tiny, hopeful smile touched its features. The simple, honest sharing of a boy's life was a kind of magic the tree had been craving. Encouraged, Kael stayed. Days turned into a gentle, timeless blur within the hidden cavern. He would sleep on a bed of soft, fragrant moss, the glow of the tree and the Heartstone his nightlight. He would share his meals of bread and cheese with Lumina, who taught him which of the glowing cavern mushrooms were sweet and safe to eat. And he would tell stories. He told the tree everything he could remember. He recounted the plots of his favorite books, described the changing of the seasons in minute detail, and even hummed the simple tunes his mother sang while she worked. Lumina, in turn, began to share its own memories. Through their growing bond, Kael saw visions of the woods in their full glory, of great stag beasts with antlers like crystalline coral, of shimmering fish that leapt in moonlit streams, of festivals of light where all the forest folk would gather beneath the ember tree to share their tales. The stories flowed between them, a river of shared experience that began to nourish the starving tree. The tree responded in kind. Its light grew stronger and steadier, casting a warm, buttery glow throughout the cavern. More and more leaves unfurled, their colors deepening to magnificent hues of ruby, amber, and citrine. The air itself grew warmer, sweeter, thrumming with revitalized energy. One evening, as Kael was finishing a story about the first time he'd successfully mended a broken toy, a new sound reached them. It was a soft rustling from the cavern entrance. A family of badgers, their stripes bold in the tree light, peeked shyly inside. Then came a fox, the same one Kael had seen on his journey, followed by a watchful owl and a dozen tiny, bright-eyed wood mice. Drawn by the returning warmth and light, by the sound of a story being told, the creatures of the wood had remembered. They had come back. One by one they crept forward and settled in a circle around the base of the tree. And one by one they began to add their own voices to the stream of stories. The badger told of the deep, comforting darkness of its set and the playful tussles of its cubs. The fox shared a tale of a clever escape from a hunter's snare. The owl spoke of the silent, majestic dance of the constellations it watched every night. The stories wove together, a tapestry of life, loss, joy, and survival, each thread strengthening the whole. The ember tree blazed with light. Its trunk pulsed with a fierce, joyful energy, and its canopy of leaves shimmered so brightly that the entire cavern was filled with a dazzling, golden radiance. The last vestige of chill vanished, replaced by a profound, enveloping warmth that felt like a hug from the world itself. The tree was healed. Kael looked at Lumina. The little glimmerkin was no longer shivering. Its fur seemed fluffier, its eyes sparkled with vibrant life, and it stood tall, its long ears perked up with joy. It chirruped happily, and its mental voice was now strong and clear, ringing with gratitude. "You have done it," Lumina said. "You reminded us all of the most powerful magic there is, the magic of sharing our hearts." Kael knew his journey was over. It was time to go home. He felt different. The hollow space inside him was gone, not just filled, but transformed. It was now a wellspring of warmth and connection. He had faced the challenge of the woods not with strength or bravery, but with empathy and a willingness to be vulnerable. He had offered his own simple stories, and in return he had received a universe of them. He bent down to pick up the heartstone, but as his fingers touched it, he paused. It was cool and dark. Its work was done. Its light and warmth had not vanished. They had simply returned to their source, flowing back into the magnificent, glowing tree. He left it there, nestled among the roots, a permanent part of the tree's vibrant heart. Lumina accompanied him to the edge of the cavern. "You will always be welcome here, story child," it whispered into his mind. "The woods will remember you." As Kael pushed through the ivy curtain and back into the night, he saw that the woods themselves had been transformed. The trees seemed taller, more vibrant. Their leaves rustled with a new energy, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and warm honey. Fireflies, which had been absent before, now danced in the shadows, their tiny lights mirroring the stars beginning to pepper the velvet sky above. The whispers were back, a soft, contented murmur that promised secrets and friendship to those who listened. His walk back through the woods was not a journey through a strange and silent place, but a homecoming. He felt the friendly gaze of the creatures from the shadows, heard their gentle calls of farewell. When he finally stepped out from under the trees and saw the lighted windows of his village twinkling in the distance, he felt not a pull away from the magic, but a deep contentment. He carried the magic within him now. He returned to his little stone cottage, slipping inside as quietly as he had left. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, much like the stone he had found. He knelt before it, holding out his hands to the warmth. He was no longer the boy who felt a hollow loneliness. He was a boy who had journeyed into the heart of the world and found it was a place of stories, waiting to be heard and shared. He climbed into his bed, the familiar smells and sounds of home wrapping around him like a soft blanket. As he drifted towards sleep, he felt a final, gentle whisper in his mind, a soft sigh of gratitude from a distant, glowing tree, and a small, furry friend. It was not a call to adventure, but a lullaby of peace, a promise that he was connected, he was loved, and he was never, ever alone. And outside, the wind continued its gentle hum through the pines, the fire settled with one last, soft crackle, and the world, both seen and unseen, settled into a deep and dreamless rest. Story 4. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Stillwater. It was a place where time seemed to move a little slower, where the air smelled perpetually of rain-kissed earth and baking bread, and where the houses leaned companionably against one another like old friends sharing secrets. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, a sound as warm and familiar as a grandmother's voice. Wind chimes hanging from every porch tinkled softly in the breeze, and the gentle patter of rain was a frequent, comforting melody. But one autumn evening, something peculiar began to happen. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. A young woman named Rowan, who mended clocks and kept bees on the outskirts of the village, was the first to notice. She often sat on her porch after supper, a cup of lavender tea warming her hands, and watched the constellations bloom in the velvet sky. But tonight, the sky was different. The familiar patterns were incomplete. The bright star that formed the tip of the archer's arrow was gone. The 3 sisters that made up the weaver's loom had vanished. It was as if someone had plucked them from the heavens, leaving behind dark, empty spaces. The next morning, the village buzzed with the strange news. Old maps drawn by the village founders and kept in the town hall seemed to have shifted overnight. The Inkwell River, which had always flowed south, was now depicted flowing north. The mossy bridge was drawn on the wrong side of the village square. And the flowers in Widow Hemlock's garden, famous for their deep, unchanging blue, had bloomed a startling, brilliant gold. No one was frightened, not truly. This was Stillwater, after all. But a deep, humming curiosity settled over the village, a puzzle that begged to be solved. Rowan, with her patient eyes and a mind that understood the inner workings of delicate things, felt a quiet calling to investigate. She did not rush. She began by observing. She walked through the village, her boots making soft thuds on the cobblestones, listening. She heard the wind chimes, but their notes seemed hesitant, out of tune. She heard the clock tower chime the hour, but the sound was muffled, as if it were ringing through a thick blanket. Her first clue came from the nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope near the old well. When the silver needle sleeps, and the golden thread unwinds, the forgotten key will softly weep, for the map it left behind. Everyone knew the rhyme, it was as old as the hills. Most thought it was just nonsense. But Rowan, who spent her days with tiny gears and springs, thought of a silver needle as a compass. That evening she took her old brass compass into the garden. The needle, which always pointed steadfastly north, was spinning in a slow, lazy circle. It was asleep. The next line, "the golden thread unwinds," made her think of time. She visited the clock tower. The great clockwork inside, a masterpiece of whirring gears and swinging pendulums, was her responsibility. She climbed the winding stairs, the scent of old wood and oil filling her nostrils. Everything looked in order, but when she listened, really listened, she heard it, a faint, unspooling sound, like a silken thread rolling across the floor. Time itself was unwinding. Her heart beat not with fear, but with a thrilling sense of discovery. The happenings were not malicious, they were a message. A red herring soon presented itself. The village baker, a kind man with flour perpetually dusted on his apron, claimed he'd seen the missing stars reflected in his bread oven's fire late at night. The whole village, armed with mugs of hot cider, gathered around his bakery for 2 evenings, watching the flames dance. They saw no stars, but they did see wonderful shapes, leaping hares, sailing ships, and crowns of flowers. It was a delightful diversion that brought everyone together in shared wonder, and the baker's famous spiced apple tarts were consumed in record numbers. But Rowan knew this wasn't the answer. The stars weren't in the fire, they were lost. And something had to be found. She turned her eyes back to the sky, to the empty spaces. She remembered the 3rd line of the rhyme, "The forgotten key will softly weep." What was the key? And where would it weep? She thought of the maps, now wrong. She thought of the backwards flowing river on the parchment. An idea, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against her mind. She went to the town hall and carefully unrolled the oldest map, its edges brittle and its ink faded. It showed the village not as it was, but as it had been long ago. There, in a corner now occupied by the schoolhouse, was a small drawing of a key, next to a place labeled the Weeping Stone. No one had heard of a weeping stone. It was forgotten. With a small lantern casting a warm, bobbing light, Rowan walked to the site of the old schoolhouse. It was a sturdy building of stone and timber, but behind it, nearly swallowed by ivy, was a large, moss-covered rock. As she approached, she heard it, a soft, melodic dripping like quiet tears. Water was seeping from a crack in the stone and collecting in a small, clear pool at its base. This was it, the weeping stone. But what was the key? She knelt, her knees sinking into the damp moss, and looked into the pool. The water was so still it was like a black mirror. And there, reflected on its surface, were the missing stars. They weren't gone, they were here, trapped in this tiny pool of water, their light shimmering just beneath the surface. The final line of the rhyme echoed in her head, for the map it left behind. She looked from the reflection in the water to the map in her hands. The map wasn't wrong, it was showing her the past. And in the past, the stars were in a different place in the sky. The world had turned, time had moved on, but the memory of the old sky, the old river, the old paths was trapped here, reflected in this water, weeping to be remembered. The problem wasn't that the stars were stolen. It was that a piece of their shared history had been forgotten, and its sadness was causing a gentle ripple in the reality of still water. The solution was not to find something, but to remember it. The next day, Rowan gathered the entire village at the Weeping Stone. She explained what she had discovered, her voice calm and sure. She didn't speak of magic or monsters, but of memory and loss. Perhaps, she said, the stone weeps because it holds a story we've stopped telling. An elderly woman, the village's oldest resident, shuffled forward. Her name was Hazel, and her memory was a treasure chest. She peered into the water at the reflected stars, and her eyes grew misty. "The lament of the lost shepherd," she whispered. "It's an old tale from when the village was first built. A young shepherd boy used to graze his flock on this very hill. He knew the stars like the faces of his friends. One night, a terrible fog descended and he became lost. The village searched for him for 3 days. They finally found him here by this stone, safe and sound. He said the stars in the pool had guided him home when the stars in the sky were hidden. In gratitude. The village named the constellations after his sheep for 1 generation. The maps were redrawn to commemorate the year. We stopped telling that story. My own grandmother told it to me." As Hazel spoke the story aloud, her voice weaving a tapestry of words in the quiet air, a gentle sigh seemed to pass through the crowd. The wind chimes suddenly rang clear and true. The clock tower's chime, ringing out the hour, was crisp and strong once more. And in the pool the reflected stars slowly faded, and when the villagers looked up at the darkening sky that evening, every star was back in its rightful place, burning a little brighter, it seemed, than before. The flowers in Widow Hemlock's garden had returned to their tranquil blue. The peculiar happenings were over. The mystery was solved not with a key of iron, but with a key of memory. The backwards flowing river on the map was now understood not as a mistake, but as a reminder of a time when the world felt different. The resolution brought the community closer than it had been in years. That very night, they decided to make a new tradition. Every week they would gather in the town square under the stars and share an old story, a tale of the village that had been forgotten. The baker brought his tarts, the brewer brought his cider, and the sound of laughter and shared history mingled with the soft rain and the gentle chimes. Rowan sat on her porch, her lavender tea still warm, and looked up at the complete, glittering sky. She felt a deep, quiet contentment. The village of Stillwater was once again at peace, its heart beating in time with the past and the present, its bonds strengthened by a mystery that asked not for bravery, but for remembrance. And as the familiar constellations shone down, promising a peaceful night and sweet dreams, the gentle, rhythmic patter of rain began to fall, singing the world to sleep. Story 5. In the heart of the world, where the moon held sway and the stars dipped low to listen, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. Here the trees stood as tall as forgotten dreams, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves murmuring secrets to anyone who knew how to listen. The air itself tasted of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves, a fragrance that spoke of endings and beginnings woven together. And when night fell, the forest did not sleep. It awakened into a realm of soft luminescence and hushed magic. On this particular evening, under a sky freckled with starlight, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His coat was the color of autumn oak leaves, and his eyes held the curious gleam of one who has only recently learned to see in the dark. All around him the forest hummed with a gentle, thrumming life. Fireflies drifted like wandering embers, their light pulsing in time with the distant rhythm of a hidden stream. Pale mushrooms glowed with an inner radiance, casting soft blue halos upon the mossy ground. And high above an owl's call echoed, a question posed to the night. Rowan was troubled. For nights now, he had noticed a change in the woods. The bioluminescent fungi seemed dimmer, the stream's song more hesitant, and the wind through the pines carried a note of unease. The magic of the forest, which usually flowed as steadily as the constellations turning overhead, felt thin and frayed, like a spiderweb trembling before a storm. "I must understand what is happening," Rowan murmured to himself, his breath misting in the cool air. His paws made no sound as he stepped into the clearing, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. He knew where he must go, to the heart of the forest, where the grandmother willow stood. She was the oldest living being in the Whispering Woods, a tree so ancient her trunk was wide enough to shelter 3 badgers, and her leaves wept silver in the starlight. It was said she understood the secret languages of trees, streams, and stones, that she could hear the memories held in raindrops and read the future in the patterns of frost. As Rowan journeyed deeper, the forest wrapped around him like a velvet cloak. He passed a family of hedgehogs shuffling through the undergrowth, their quills dusted with dew. "The stones are dreaming restless dreams," one of them whispered, their voice like the rustle of dried leaves. "They speak of imbalance." Farther on, a badger with a stripe of silver fur across her brow paused in her digging. "The stream's song has changed," she said softly. "It no longer trills with the joy of mountain snowmelt. Now it murmurs of weariness." Rowan listened, storing each piece of wisdom like a precious stone. He came to a brook that chuckled over smooth, gray pebbles. Kneeling, he pressed his ear to the water's surface and heard it clearly. The stream was not just babbling nonsense, but speaking in a language of liquid syllables. Too much light, not enough rest, the balance wavers. He thanked the stream and continued, his path now lit by clusters of glowworms draped over low-hanging branches like necklaces of living light. The air grew cooler and a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a whisper of droplets that tapped upon the leaves with a sound like fingertips drumming on parchment. Each drop carried a story, and Rowan walked through the rainfall as through a library of liquid tales. At last he reached the center of the whispering woods. Here the grandmother willow stood beside a still, dark pond that reflected the moon perfectly, as if it had captured a piece of the night sky and held it tenderly. The ancient tree's branches swept down to brush the ground, and her leaves trembled with a soft, shushing sound, like a mother soothing a child. "Come closer, little one," a voice said, not in words, but in the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind. It was a voice that felt like a blanket being drawn over weary shoulders. Rowan approached and sat at the base of her trunk, where moss grew thick and soft. "Grandmother," he began, "the forest feels different. The light is fading, the streams are weary, and the stones are uneasy. What is happening?" The willow's branches swayed gently. "You have noticed what many have not," she replied, her voice a blend of creaking wood and distant wind chimes. "The forest is entering a time of deep rest. Just as you sleep and dream, so too must the magic of this place retreat and renew itself. But the balance has been disturbed. The nocturnal creatures have forgotten to be still. They have been too active, too eager to bask in the moon's glow, and have not allowed the darkness its rightful share of quiet." Rowan's ears drooped. "What can be done?" "Listen," the willow whispered. "Listen to the forest around you. Hear the language of the stones, they hold the memory of the earth. Hear the stream, it carries the wisdom of flow and release. And hear the trees, we remember the turning of the seasons, the necessity of both growth and decay." So Rowan listened. He pressed his paws against a large, moss-covered stone nearby and felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady song of patience and permanence. It told him of winters long past, of roots sleeping beneath the soil, of the importance of standing firm through both storm and stillness. He returned to the stream and let its water flow over his paws. It spoke of journeys, of how water must sometimes rush and sometimes meander, but must always keep moving, even if that movement is as gentle as a whisper. And he leaned against the trunk of a young birch, its white bark gleaming in the moonlight. The tree shared its knowledge of cycles, of how leaves must fall so that new ones may grow, of how strength comes from knowing when to reach for the sun, and when to conserve energy in the depths of winter. "I understand," Rowan said, returning to the grandmother willow. "The magic fades because we have not honored the time of quiet. We have been too much in motion, even in the time meant for rest." The ancient tree rustled approvingly. "You have heard well, now you must help the others remember. Go to the Starlit clearing where the fireflies dance and the glowworms gleam. Gather the creatures of the night and share what you have learned. But remember, guide them, do not command them. Wisdom is a seed that must be planted gently." Rowan nodded, his heart feeling lighter already. He journeyed back through the forest, the rain now a soft drizzle that pattered on the leaves like a lullaby. He visited the hedgehogs, the badgers, the families of mice who nested in hollow logs, and the bats who swooped silently between the trees. To each he spoke not of rules but of rhythms. He reminded them of the comfort of stillness, the importance of listening to the forest's needs, the beauty of allowing the magic to ebb so that it may flow again with greater strength. One by one the creatures understood. The fireflies settled on fern fronds, their lights pulsing in a slow, meditative rhythm. The badgers retreated to their sets to dream deeply. The owls hushed their calls, and the mice curled in their nests, listening to the sound of their own heartbeats. Rowan returned to the Starlit clearing, where now the only movement was the gentle sway of branches in the wind and the slow drift of moonbeams through the canopy. He sat alone, watching as the bioluminescent mushrooms seemed to breathe more slowly, their light softening to a deep, tranquil blue. The stream's murmur became a contented hum, and the stones radiated a sense of peace. For 3 nights the forest rested. On the 4th night, as the moon reached its zenith, Rowan felt a shift in the air. It was as if the entire forest took a deep, collective breath, and then exhaled in a sigh of pure contentment. And with that breath, the magic returned. It began with the mushrooms, their glow brightened, not to a dazzling brilliance, but to a warm, steady radiance that felt rooted and calm. The stream's song regained its joyful melody, now enriched by the wisdom of stillness. The fireflies rose again, but their dance was slower, more graceful, as if they were painting pictures of constellations upon the dark canvas of the night. And in the clearing, the grandmother willow's leaves shimmered with a new, silvery light, a light that seemed to be made of moonbeams and memories woven together. Rowan felt a presence beside him and turned to see the old tree's spirit, a shimmering, gentle form that smelled of rain-soaked bark and ancient peace. "You have helped restore the balance," she said, her voice like the sound of distant bells. "Remember this, little fox, magic is not a flame to be kept burning at all times. It is a tide, it must recede so that it may return fuller and richer than before. The forest, like all living things, needs both waking and dreaming, both sound and silence." Rowan looked around at the tranquil beauty of the whispering woods, the soft glow of the fungi, the gentle rustle of leaves, the clear, sweet song of the stream, the comforting presence of the stones. He understood now that the true magic was not in the light or the sound, but in the balance between them. It was in knowing when to speak and when to listen, when to dance and when to be still. As the first hints of dawn tinged the horizon with pale gold, Rowan curled up at the base of the grandmother willow, lulled by the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the distant hush of the stream. He knew that the forest would continue its eternal dance of rest and renewal, and that he, too, was a part of that sacred cycle. And as he drifted into dreams, the last thing he heard was the gentle, rhythmic tapping of rain on leaves, a soothing, natural music that promised all was well in the whispering woods, and that magic, like friendship and wisdom, would always return to those who honored its rhythms. Story 6. The fire crackled softly, its flames casting dancing shadows that seemed to breathe with ancient memories. In the quiet of the evening, when the world outside had settled into a deep blue hush, young Leo found himself drawn to the old wooden chest that had sat in his grandmother's attic for as long as he could remember. He had always been told the chest contained stories waiting to be remembered, but tonight, for the first time, he felt a peculiar pull, as if the chest itself were whispering to him through the grain of its wood. Leo carefully lifted the heavy lid, releasing the scent of cedar and thyme. Inside, folded with deliberate care, lay a quilt of such intricate beauty it seemed to capture moonlight in its threads. The quilt was a tapestry of midnight blue fabric, embroidered with constellations that shimmered with silver thread. In the center, a great tree spread its branches across the entire blanket, its roots diving deep into the hemmed edges, and each leaf seemed to hold a tiny, stitched story. As Leo ran his fingers over the constellations, his grandmother's voice echoed in his memory, singing the old lullaby she always hummed when tucking him in. Roots remember what leaves forget, under moon's gentle gaze were met. That night Leo spread the quilt across his bed and fell asleep beneath its starry embrace. In his dreams, he no longer slept in his small room, but stood in a forest where the trees whispered with voices like rustling parchment. A woman with silver hair and eyes the color of twilight approached him. She wore a dress patterned with the same constellations as the quilt. "I am your many times great-grandmother," she said, her voice like wind through pines. "You've uncovered the memory quilt. Each constellation holds a story our family carries. Touch one and listen." Leo reached toward a cluster of stars shaped like a teapot. Instantly the forest dissolved, and he stood in a cozy kitchen where a young woman with his same curious eyes was nervously preparing tea. Her hands trembled as she measured leaves, and Leo understood without words that she was preparing for her wedding day, anxious about leaving her childhood home. "Remember," her own mother whispered, placing a hand on her shoulder, "the water remembers how the river flowed before it. You carry all our strength in your hands." The scene shifted again, and Leo watched as the young woman grew confident, her tea becoming famous throughout the village for its comforting properties. She began teaching others her craft, and the phrase, "the water remembers," became a family saying passed down through generations. Leo awoke with a start, the quilt warm around him. The dream had felt more real than the waking world. For nights that stretched into weeks, he explored different constellations on the quilt, each one revealing another ancestor's story. He met a sailor great-uncle who navigated by the stars and always told his children, "The waves may change, but the current knows its way home." He witnessed a great-grandfather who planted an apple orchard, singing to the saplings, "From tiny seeds great forests grow, just as from quiet deeds love's river flows." With each story, Leo noticed patterns emerging, not just in the recurring phrases that wove through generations like a golden thread, but in the struggles his ancestors faced. They all grappled with doubts, with fears of not being enough, with worries about preserving what mattered most. And each time they found their way not through grand gestures, but through small, consistent acts of courage and connection. One evening, as a storm whispered against the window panes, Leo touched the constellation at the very center of the quilt, the North Star, positioned directly over the tree's trunk in the embroidery. This time the dream felt different. He stood in a familiar attic, his grandmother's attic, but decades earlier. A younger version of his grandmother sat with the memory quilt spread across her lap, her needle moving in and out of the fabric as she wept softly. "I can't remember all the stories," she whispered to the empty room. "What if I'm the one who forgets? What if the threads of our family unravel with me?" An older woman, the same silver-haired ancestor from Leo's first dream, appeared beside her, though the younger grandmother seemed not to see her. "Child," the ancestor said, though her words were clearly meant for Leo too, "you misunderstand the quilt's purpose. It isn't meant to perfectly preserve the past. It's meant to remind us that we are part of a great living tree. The roots support us, but we must grow our own branches." In the dream, Leo watched as his grandmother eventually wiped her tears and began embroidering again, not recreating an old constellation, but adding a new cluster of stars in a pattern he recognized as the bicycle she'd ridden to her first teaching job. She was adding her own story to the quilt. When Leo awoke, he understood something profound. The next day, he visited his grandmother, who now lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of town. Her memory wasn't what it once was, and she often confused names and dates, though her eyes still sparkled with the same warmth he'd always loved. "Grandmother," he said, spreading the quilt across her knees, "tell me about this constellation." He pointed to the bicycle pattern she'd added in his dream. Her wrinkled fingers traced the silver threads. "Why, that's my bluebell," she said, her voice gaining clarity. "I rode her 5 miles every day to teach children at the valley school. Their parents couldn't always pay with money, so they'd give me recipes or help mend my clothes or tell me stories about the land." She hummed softly, the same lullaby Leo remembered from childhood. Roots remember what leaves forget. Under Moon's gentle gaze were met, Leo finished, taking her hand. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. "I always worried I wasn't preserving enough," she confessed. "That I'd forget important things about our family." Leo shared what he had learned from his dreams, that their heritage wasn't about perfectly remembering every detail, but about carrying forward the essence of their ancestors' wisdom through their own actions and kindness. Together, they began a new tradition. Leo brought fabric scraps, and his grandmother, whose hands still remembered their skill despite her fading memory, taught him to embroice. They added new constellations to the quilt's borders, a tiny book for Leo's love of stories, a musical note for his sister's singing, a paintbrush for his mother's artwork. As they worked, his grandmother shared fragments of stories, and Leo realized it didn't matter if the details were exact. What mattered was the love with which they were told, the connection that flowed between them as they stitched and remembered. One evening, as they finished adding a constellation of 2 intertwined hearts for his grandparents' enduring love, his grandmother looked at him with clear, bright eyes. "You understand now, don't you? she said. The quilt was never about looking backward. It's about understanding how to move forward. That night, Leo dreamed one last dream. He stood beneath the great embroidered tree, now surrounded by all the ancestors he'd met in his previous dreams. They weren't separate figures anymore, but had merged into the tree itself, their faces appearing in the bark, their hands the rustling leaves. The objects we leave behind are just doorways, the silver-haired ancestor said, her voice now the sound of the wind moving through branches. The true inheritance lives in how you love, how you create, how you mend what's broken. You carry all of us with you not in your memory, but in your actions. When spring arrived, Leo began volunteering at the local library, reading stories to children. He didn't tell them the family stories exactly as they'd been told to him, but he found himself using the same phrases. From tiny seeds, great forests grow, when a child learned a new word, or the water remembers how the river flowed when comforting someone who felt lost. One day, a shy girl lingered after story time. I liked what you said about the current knowing its way home, she whispered. Leo smiled, recognizing the family wisdom, finding new soil in which to grow. That's something my family has always said, he told her. Would you like to hear the story behind it? As he shared the tale of his sailor ancestor, he understood completely now that heritage wasn't a museum to be preserved, but a garden to be tended, with new flowers blooming each season from the same enduring roots. That evening he wrapped himself in the memory quilt once more, not to dream of the past, but to feel the comforting weight of connection. The fire crackled its agreement, and in the flickering light, the embroidered constellation seemed to pulse with gentle light, as if the stars themselves were whispering the old lullaby that now lived not just in the quilt, but in Leo's own heart. Roots remember what leaves forget, under moon's gentle gaze were met. And he understood that he was both root and leaf, both memory and possibility, forever connected to what came before while always growing toward the light. Story 7. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. The scent of cedar smoke and old books filled the air, a familiar perfume of comfort. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a gentle counterpoint to the sputtering embers. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the warmth of the flames carry you away to a story that begins, as many good stories do, with a quiet heart and a longing for light. In a small stone-built cottage on the edge of a vast and ancient wood lived a young man named Kaelen. His life was one of simple rhythms, the chopping of wood, the tending of his small garden, the quiet contemplation of the stars from his doorstep. Yet for all its peace, a subtle loneliness clung to him, as fine and persistent as cobwebs in an unused room. His world was painted in shades of gray and muted green, and he often felt he was living just beside the vibrant colors of life, never quite touching them. One evening, as autumn began to crisp the edges of the leaves, Kaelen was gathering kindling at the forest's border. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky a deep, bruised purple. In the growing gloom, his fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, nestled in the moss at the base of an old oak tree. It was a stone no larger than his palm, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was a deep volcanic black, but within its heart a soft, pulsing light glowed, the rich, warm color of embers in a banked fire. It seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic light, and when he cupped it in his hands, a profound warmth spread up his arms, seeping into his very bones, chasing away the evening's chill. He carried the stone home, his curiosity a bright, flickering thing. He placed it on the rough-hewn table beside his chair, and in its soft, pulsing glow, the entire cottage seemed to change. The shadows were no longer cold and empty, but deep and velvety. The wooden beams of the ceiling seemed to remember the sun they had once absorbed. That night, for the first time in a long time, Kaelen slept without the faint shiver of solitude. The next day and the day after that, the stone was his constant companion. He called it his ember heart. But he noticed something peculiar. When he was content, simply sitting and watching the fire or reading a book, the stone's glow was steady and calm. But when a pang of his old loneliness returned, or when he thought of the vast, empty woods and his place on their edge, the stone would flicker, its light growing faint and anxious. It was as if the stone were not just a source of light, but a reflection of his own inner world. One evening, as a particularly deep wave of melancholy washed over him, the ember heart's light dimmed to a mere, dull red spark. A strange compulsion filled Kaelen. He couldn't let its light go out. Wrapping the stone in a soft cloth, he stepped out of his cottage and into the deep blue twilight. He felt a gentle, inexplicable pull, a tug on his spirit that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, leading him away from the path and into the untamed heart of the woods. The journey was not easy. Brambles caught at his trousers, and low-hanging branches brushed against his face like ghostly fingers. The world was a symphony of night sounds, the rustle of unseen creatures, the hoot of a distant owl, the sigh of the wind through the pine needles high above. He walked for what felt like hours, the ember heart his only guide, its faint pulse a steadying beat in the palm of his hand. Just as his legs began to ache and doubt started to creep into his mind, he saw it. A soft golden light, not the cold white of moonlight, but a warm, living radiance, filtering through a thick curtain of weeping willow. Pushing the trailing leaves aside, Kaelen stepped into a hidden grove, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a place out of a dream. The air itself seemed to shimmer with a gentle, golden haze. Giant luminous mushrooms, their caps glowing with a soft, buttery light, dotted the mossy floor. Tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, zipped through the air, leaving shimmering trails of light like living sparks. In the center of the grove stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen. Its bark was silver and smooth, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, amber, and copper, each one emitting a soft, warm light that illuminated the entire clearing. It was the source of the grove's magic, a hidden world of warmth and light nestled deep within the sleeping forest. And there, at the base of the great tree, was a creature. It was small and furry, with the delicate, pointed face of a fox and the large, luminous eyes of an owl. Its coat was the color of cinnamon and moss, and it sat perfectly still, watching him with an unnerving stillness. In its small paws it held a stone that was the mirror image of his own, glowing with the same ember heart light. For a long moment they simply stared at one another, the young man and the strange creature, the only sound the gentle hum of the grove. Kaelen felt no fear, only a profound sense of wonder. "Hello," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper. The creature tilted its head. Its voice, when it spoke, was not a sound heard with ears, but a thought that blossomed directly in Kaelen's mind, a voice like the rustling of leaves and the chime of distant bells. "You have brought an ember heart, and it is troubled." Kaelen looked down at the stone in his hand. It was still faint. It reflects how I feel," he admitted, the truth tumbling out in this magical place. "I was lonely. I think it is lonely too." The creature, who introduced itself as Flicker, nodded slowly. "They are not mere stones. They are fragments of the great heart," it thought, gesturing with its nose towards the magnificent, glowing tree. "They find their way into the world to seek out hearts that need warming. But they are not meant to be alone for long. A solitary ember heart will always fade, just as a solitary heart can grow cold." Flicker explained that this grove, the Heartwood, was a place where the ember hearts could be rekindled, their connection to the great heart and to each other restored. But something was wrong. For several seasons now, the light of the great heart had been slowly, imperceptibly dimming. The golden leaves were not as bright, the luminous mushrooms not as vibrant. The ember hearts that were found and brought back were struggling to hold their glow. A gentle mystery lay over the Heartwood, a quiet sorrow that even Flicker, its guardian, could not understand. Kaelen looked from his own fading stone to the magnificent, yet troubled tree. His own loneliness suddenly felt smaller, set against this larger, more beautiful sadness. "Can I help?" he asked. Flicker's large eyes seemed to soften. "Your willingness is a kind of light itself. Perhaps, together, we can find the source of the dimming." And so began Kaelen's true journey, a journey that would transform him as surely as fire transforms wood. He did not leave the grove. Instead, he stayed, learning its rhythms and its secrets from Flicker. Theirs was an unexpected friendship, built not on grand adventures, but on small, authentic moments. They spent days sitting in comfortable silence, watching the light play in the leaves. Kaelen learned which berries were safe to eat, and which streams held the sweetest water. Flicker, in turn, seemed to draw a quiet comfort from Kaelen's steady, human presence. Kaelen learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his whole being. He noticed how the light of the great heart pulsed in time with the rustle of its own leaves. He saw how the tiny, sparkling creatures would gather on certain branches at dusk, their collective light flaring brighter for a moment before settling into a soft hum. He and Flicker would walk the perimeter of the grove every day, and Kaelen began to notice small, subtle signs of neglect. A patch of moss that was graying at the edges, a cluster of glowing fungi that had shrunk in size. It was as if the grove itself was slowly forgetting how to be luminous. One afternoon, as they rested by a small, clear pond that reflected the golden canopy above, Kaelen had a thought. "Flicker," he said, "the great heart gives light to everything here, but what gives light to the great heart?" Flicker was quiet for a long time, its bushy tail twitching. "It draws its light from the memories of the forest," it finally thought spoke. "The joy of a sapling reaching for the sun. The peace of a deep winter sleep. The warmth of a fox's den in the snow. It is a collector of quiet happiness. But the memories have been growing faint. The stories are not being shared." A realization dawned on Kaelen, gentle and clear as the pond water. The great heart was like a storyteller who had run out of stories. It gave and gave its light, but it needed light in return, the light of lived experience, of connection, of shared moments. The grove was isolated, hidden away to protect its magic. But in its isolation, it had been cut off from the very life that sustained it. He looked at Flicker and then at his own ember heart, which had begun to glow a little brighter since he had arrived, but was still not the strong, steady light he had first discovered. "We need to bring the stories back," Kaelen said, his voice filled with a newfound purpose. "We need to reconnect the grove to the forest." And so they began a new, delicate task. Kaelen, with his human capacity for observation and memory, became a collector. He would sit at the edge of the grove and watch the world outside. He saw a family of deer grazing at dawn, the fawns stumbling playfully. He heard the industrious tap-tap-tap of a woodpecker. He felt the first, fat drop of a summer rain. He would return to Flicker and the great heart, and he would tell the stories. He would describe the scenes in rich, sensory detail, pouring the memories out like offerings. At first, the change was almost imperceptible. But then, one evening, as Kaelen was recounting the sight of two squirrels chasing each other in a spiral up a pine tree, a single leaf on the great heart flared with a brilliant, golden light before settling back to its steady glow. It was a small victory, but it filled them both with a surge of hope. Flicker, inspired, began its own work. It would venture out not to collect stories, but to share them. It would find a lonely badger in its set and sit outside, sending gentle, comforting thoughts of the warm grove. It would visit a nervous songbird and share the memory of the safe, golden canopy. It was reweaving the connection between the hidden world and the outer one, thread by delicate thread. Their friendship was the loom on which this reconnection was woven. Kaelen's quiet determination and Flicker's ancient wisdom complemented each other perfectly. Kaelen learned the patience of the forest, and Flicker learned the passionate focus of a human heart. As they worked, Kaelen felt his own inner landscape changing. The gray loneliness was being painted over with the gold of friendship, the green of purpose, the warm amber of belonging. He was no longer a man on the edge of the woods. He was a part of its secret, beating heart. His ember stone responded in kind. Its light was no longer a flickering, uncertain thing. It burned steady and true, a warm, constant glow in his pocket, a mirror of his own contented spirit. He understood now that the stone had not been a cure for his loneliness, but a guide, leading him to the connections that would heal him. Weeks turned into a cycle of moons, and the change in the heartwood became undeniable. The great heart's leaves shone with their former brilliance, casting a warm, buttery light that made the entire grove feel like a perpetual, cozy evening. The luminous mushrooms grew larger and more numerous, their soft light pooling on the forest floor. The air itself seemed thicker, warmer, humming with vitality. The mystery was solved. The dimming had not been caused by a great evil or a stolen artifact, but by a simple, gradual disconnection. The cure was not a magical spell, but the most fundamental magic of all: attention, friendship, and the sharing of stories. On the night Kaelen knew it was time for him to return to his cottage, he and Flicker sat together beneath the great heart. His ember heart glowed brightly in his lap, its light now intertwined with the light of the grove, no longer separate, but a part of the whole. "You do not have to leave," Flicker thought, its voice gentle in his mind. "I know," Kaelen said, stroking the creature's soft fur. "But my place is there on the edge. It is where I can be a bridge. I can tend my garden and watch the forest, and I can bring its stories back here to you, and you can visit me. My door will always be open, and the hearth will always be warm." Flicker nuzzled his hand, a gesture of pure affection and understanding. Kaelen stood, feeling taller, fuller than the man who had first stumbled into this grove. He had come seeking light for a single stone, and had found it by helping to rekindle the heart of an entire world. He had been transformed, his solitary existence forged in the gentle fires of friendship and purpose into something stronger, warmer, and more resilient. He walked back through the woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. When he reached his cottage, the first light of dawn was tinting the sky. He stepped inside and placed his ember heart back on the table. It no longer pulsed with an anxious rhythm. It shone with a calm, steady, and eternal light, a permanent piece of the heartwood's warmth in his home. He knew he would never be lonely again, for he carried the memory of the golden grove and his friend Flicker within him. He was a keeper of stories, a guardian of a gentle mystery, and a friend to a hidden world. And as he stoked the fire in his own hearth, watching the real embers glow and dance, he felt a profound peace settle over him, a peace as deep and quiet as the forest itself. So let the warmth of this story and the steady glow of Kaelen's ember heart settle in your own heart. Let it remind you that even in the quietest moments, connection is waiting to be found, and that our own inner light grows brightest when we share it with others. The fire is burning low now, its whispers growing softer. The night is deep and full of rest. Close your eyes and carry this warmth with you into your dreams. Sleep well. Story 8. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan who felt they were made of mismatched pieces. While others in their village seemed to fit together perfectly, like completed puzzles, Rowan carried a persistent sense of being unfinished, like a story missing its middle chapters. Rowan's small cottage stood at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to those who knew how to listen. Their home was simple, with a garden that reflected their inner state, neither thriving nor dying, but simply existing. The flowers bloomed in muted colors, the vegetables grew to adequate sizes, and the herbs released faint scents when crushed between fingers. One evening, as Rowan sat watching the sunset paint the sky in watercolor hues, they noticed something peculiar happening to their hands. Where their fingertips touched the wooden bench, tiny luminescent moss began to grow, emitting a soft, silver light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. When they pulled their hands away, the moss faded back into ordinary green. Rowan tucked their hands into their pockets, uncertain whether to be frightened or fascinated. The next morning brought another surprise. While preparing tea, Rowan's anxious thoughts about the day ahead made the steam rising from their cup form intricate, crystalline patterns that hovered in the air before dissolving. When they laughed in wonder, the remaining steam swirled into shapes resembling tiny dancing figures. That afternoon, feeling overwhelmed by these strange occurrences, Rowan retreated to their garden. Kneeling between the rows of vegetables, they began weeding with more frustration than care. Tears of confusion made dark circles in the soil. It was then that an elderly woman appeared at the garden gate, though Rowan hadn't heard anyone approach. "Good afternoon," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Your garden has interesting energy today." Rowan looked up, wiping earthy hands on their trousers. "I'm not much of a gardener, I'm afraid." The woman smiled, her eyes holding the wisdom of countless seasons. "Every garden reflects its caretaker, may I?" She gestured to a weathered stone bench near the rosemary bush. As they sat together, Rowan found themselves sharing things they'd never spoken aloud, the feeling of being incomplete, the recent strange occurrences, the longing to understand what was happening to them. The woman, who introduced herself as Hazel, listened with the deep attention of someone who understands the weight of unspoken stories. When Rowan finished, Hazel placed a gentle hand on their arm. "What you're experiencing isn't brokenness, my dear, it's metamorphosis." Hazel explained that some people are like seeds containing entire forests, or caterpillars carrying the blueprint for wings. Your body is simply learning to express what your soul already knows. Over the following weeks, Hazel visited often, always appearing when Rowan needed guidance most. She taught Rowan to pay attention to how their emotions affected the world around them. Anxiety might make the air shimmer like heat rising from pavement, while contentment could cause flowers to tilt toward them as if seeking sunlight. One rainy afternoon, Hazel arrived with a small velvet pouch. This contains seeds that will only grow when planted by someone ready to transform. She placed the pouch in Rowan's palm. "Don't plant them until your heart tells you the time is right." Rowan kept the pouch on their windowsill, watching it through the changing light of days. Sometimes it seemed to hum with potential energy, other times it rested silently, as if waiting. Meanwhile, small changes continued to manifest. When Rowan felt particularly self-conscious while talking to villagers, their shadow would sometimes separate into multiple silhouettes, each performing a different activity, one reading, one gardening, one simply gazing at the sky. At first this embarrassed Rowan, until Hazel suggested, "Perhaps your shadow is showing you the many people you contain. There's beauty in that multiplicity." As autumn deepened, Rowan noticed their reflections sometimes showed subtle variations, hair slightly longer or shorter, eyes holding different shades of green and gold, clothing they didn't own appearing in the glass. Instead of looking away, Rowan began greeting these reflections with curiosity, wondering what each version might teach them. The garden became Rowan's sanctuary and classroom. They learned that frustration made the soil hard and resistant, while patience softened it. When they worked with mindful attention, the plants seemed to respond with vibrant health. The tomatoes reddened more deeply, the basil released its fragrance from feet away, and the marigolds developed petals with intricate patterns resembling miniature sunsets. One frosty morning, Rowan woke feeling particularly fragmented. Different desires pulled at them, The wish for adventure conflicted with the comfort of routine. The longing for connection wrestled with the need for solitude. That day, everything they touched seemed to reflect this inner division. The bread they sliced developed layers of different grains, their teeth separated into distinct bands of flavor, and even their footsteps left impressions that seemed to belong to several different shoes. Overwhelmed, Rowan went into the garden and sat with knees drawn to chest. Hazel found them there as evening began to paint the sky in lavender and rose. "Everything feels scattered," Rowan whispered, "like I'm pieces of different puzzles mixed together." Hazel sat beside them. "Have you ever watched a caterpillar become a butterfly?" Rowan shook their head. "The caterpillar doesn't simply grow wings," Hazel said softly. "It dissolves into essence inside the chrysalis, becoming something between liquid and memory before reforming into its new shape. What looks like coming apart is actually the process of becoming." She pointed to a milkweed plant where a chrysalis hung, translucent and veined with gold. "That creature inside seems alone in its transformation, but it's surrounded by everything it needs. The air that breathes through the chrysalis walls, the sunlight that warms it, the ancient knowledge in its cells." That night, Rowan dreamed of being wrapped in something soft and luminous, like being held in moonlight. In the dream, they weren't frightened by the dissolution Hazel had described, but curious, watching their own edges soften and blur with wonder rather than fear. The next morning, Rowan knew it was time to plant the special seeds. Their hands didn't shake as they carefully made small holes in the rich soil and placed each seed with intention. As they covered the last one, a sense of peace settled over them, the kind that comes not from having all the answers, but from trusting the questions. Winter arrived, wrapping the valley in silence and snow. Rowan spent the quiet months learning to befriend their changing nature. They noticed that self-criticism caused the air around them to grow cold and still, while self-compassion made their skin emit a gentle warmth that could melt the frost on window panes. Some days Rowan would sit before a candle and watch how their breathing affected the flame. When they breathed with acceptance of their changing nature, the flame burned steady and bright. When they fought against it, the flame flickered uncertainly. This became their practice, learning to breathe with the changes rather than against them. One evening, Hazel arrived as Rowan was attempting to knit by the fire. The yarn kept changing colors and textures with Rowan's shifting moods, resulting in a scarf that was simultaneously wool, silk, and something that shimmered like starlight. Hazel chuckled. "That may be the most honest piece of knitting I've ever seen." They sat together sipping mint tea as snow fell outside. "The seeds you planted," Hazel said, "they're sleeping now, gathering strength from the cold and dark, just as you are." As winter deepened, Rowan began to notice patterns in their transformations. The changes often correlated with moments of emotional significance. Speaking their truth caused their voice to sometimes carry echoes, like multiple people speaking the same words in harmony. Moments of particular clarity made the world appear sharper, colors more vibrant, sounds more distinct. During the longest night of the year, Rowan experienced what felt like their most dramatic change yet. Sitting by the fire, reflecting on the year's journey, they suddenly felt as if they were expanding beyond their physical form. The boundaries of their body seemed to grow permeable, and for several heartbeats they could feel the cold of the snow outside, the dreams of sleeping animals in the forest, the slow breathing of trees. When the sensation passed, Rowan looked in the mirror and saw their familiar face, but their eyes now held constellations where pupils should be. Rather than panic, they felt a profound sense of rightness, as if something that had been waiting patiently had finally arrived. When Hazel came to visit on the first day of spring, she took one look at Rowan and smiled. "Ah, you've met yourself properly." The special seeds began sprouting that same week. Unlike any plants Rowan had seen before, they grew in spirals, their leaves shifting colors throughout the day, dawn pink to noon gold to twilight purple. When Rowan touched them, the plants responded by releasing fragrances that matched Rowan's emotions. Lavender for peace, citrus for joy, rain-soaked earth for contemplation. As spring unfolded, Rowan's transformations became less disorienting and more integrated. They learned to sense when changes were coming, like hearing distant music growing gradually closer. The multiple shadows sometimes merged into one that moved with particular grace. The reflections in water and glass began to feel like friendly visitors rather than strangers. One evening, Hazel and Rowan sat in the garden watching fireflies dance among the magical plants. "You've done the hard work," Hazel said. "The work of allowing. Will the changes stop now?" Rowan asked. Hazel shook her head, her silver hair catching the last light. "The changes never stop for any living thing. The difference is that now you flow with them rather than resist. You've learned the secret that every caterpillar discovers, that what seems like an ending is actually a beginning in disguise." That night, Rowan lay in bed watching moonlight paint patterns on the wall. They thought about the journey, from fear to curiosity to acceptance. They remembered how their fingertips had first grown luminous moss, how their breath had crystallized in air, how their shadow had multiplied. These occurrences no longer felt like malfunctions, but like languages their soul used to communicate. Just before sleep claimed them, Rowan noticed something new. Their skin had begun to emit the faintest silver glow, like moonlight captured under the surface. Instead of worrying, they simply watched the gentle radiance pulse in time with their heartbeat, a visual representation of the life moving through them. Outside, the magical plants in the garden began to open their flowers for the first time. Each bloom contained shifting patterns that told stories of growth and transformation. They released a fragrance that smelled like possibility itself, fresh rain on dry earth, the first breath of spring, pages of unread books. Rowan slept deeply that night, wrapped in the quiet understanding that they were both the garden and the gardener, the question and the answer, the caterpillar and the butterfly. And in their dreams, they saw themselves walking toward a horizon that constantly renewed itself, not with fear but with wonder, ready to discover what new transformations awaited in the unfolding dawn. Story 9. In the heart of the world, where shadows grew deep and ancient, there lay the Whispering Woods, a forest so old that its trees remembered when mountains were mere hills and rivers were but trickling streams. Here, moonlight didn't simply fall. It wove itself through the branches like silver thread through a tapestry, stitching together a world where magic breathed in every rustle and sigh. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl, a young hedgehog named Thistle found herself unable to sleep. Her cozy burrow, lined with dried ferns and sweet clover, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A restlessness had settled in her bones, a longing she couldn't name. So, wrapping a cloak of spider silk and moonbeam around her shoulders, she ventured out into the luminous dark. The forest greeted her with a symphony of soft sounds. The rain from earlier had gentled to a mist, and each droplet pattered upon the broad leaves of foxgloves and ferns in a rhythm that seemed to whisper, "Listen, listen, listen." The wind, a tender traveler, wound its way through the pine needles, creating a hushed, shushing sound that soothed the edges of Thistle's unease. Somewhere nearby, a brook babbled over smooth, dark stones, its voice a constant, cheerful murmur beneath the night's quieter melodies. Thistle's path was lit by nature's own lanterns. Tiny fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, greenish light. Fireflies, like scattered embers from a distant star, drifted lazily through the clearings, their pulses a silent, golden language. It was in one such clearing, a perfect circle of velvet moss where the moon poured its light unimpeded, that Thistle saw him. Perched on a gnarled branch of an oak so ancient its bark was etched with forgotten histories, was Corvus, the elder owl. His feathers were the color of wood smoke in twilight, and his eyes held the deep, patient gleam of polished river stones. He did not startle at her approach, but simply swiveled his head, a slow and silent motion. "Your footsteps speak of a question, little one," he said, his voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. Thistle shuffled her feet, the moss cool and soft beneath them. "I feel a hollow space inside," she confessed, her voice small. "As if I have forgotten how to be still, how to be content. The world feels like it is rushing on, and I am being left behind in the quiet." Corvus blinked slowly. "The forest knows this feeling. It is the season of the great waiting. Come, let us walk, and perhaps the world will offer its wisdom." Their journey began not with haste, but with a meandering slowness that honored the night. Corvus led the way, his flight silent as a shadow, while Thistle trundled along below. He did not lecture, but instead would pause and tilt his head, inviting her to observe. "Listen to the language of the stream," he murmured as they crossed it on a bridge of intertwined roots. Thistle knelt, her nose twitching. At first, she heard only water. But as she focused, the babble began to separate into distinct voices. It was a song of journey and release, of water letting go of the high mountains and trusting the path to the sea. It spoke of carrying stories from stone to stone, and of the freedom found in constant, gentle movement. "Release what you do not need," the stream seemed to sigh, "and you will find your flow." Further on they came to a circle of standing stones, draped in cloaks of emerald moss. The air hummed with a deep, vibrational silence. "Place your paw upon the stone," Corvus advised. Thistle did, and a warmth seeped into her. It was not the warmth of the sun, but of memory, of ages held in steadfast patience. The stone's language was not of words, but of feelings, a profound sense of time, of standing firm through countless winters and summers. It spoke of roots digging deep, of stability, and of the quiet strength that comes from simply being. "Be still," the stone whispered to her soul, "and know that you are part of something everlasting." But the most wondrous conversation was with the trees. As they moved deeper into the woods, Corvus had her stand before a grove of aspens, their leaves trembling even in the faintest breath of wind. "They speak not with their mouths, but with their lives," the owl said. "Watch." Thistle watched. The shimmering leaves, silvered by the moon, seemed to be sharing secrets with the stars. Their rustle was a language of connection, for beneath the soil all their roots were intertwined, a vast, hidden network. One tree would shiver, and a moment later its neighbor would answer. They shared warnings, comfort, and news of the world. "You are never alone," the aspens whispered in a chorus of soft, rattling sighs. "We are all linked, all part of the same great life." Thistle felt a piece of her hollowness fill with a sense of belonging. Yet the forest had one more lesson to teach, the most important one. They arrived at the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the seasonal magic was most potent. Here the ground was carpeted in a bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a soft blue light, mirroring the star-strewn sky above. In the center stood the grandmother willow, her long, trailing branches creating a curtain of living silver. She was the eldest of all, her trunk wide enough to shelter a family of badgers. "The hollow feeling," Thistle said, addressing the great tree, "it is the fear of the long, dark winter, isn't it? The fear that when things fall silent and still, they are gone forever." The willow's branches stirred, though there was no wind. A single leaf, golden at the edges, drifted down and landed on Thistle's head. It carried with it a vision not seen with eyes, but felt with the heart. Thistle saw the forest in deep winter, blanketed in snow. She saw her own burrow, deep and silent. But she also felt the life thrumming beneath the frozen earth, the seeds dreaming of spring, the bulbs holding summer within their cores, the trees conserving their energy in deep, patient slumber. It was not death, but a profound and necessary rest. It was a season of dreaming, of gathering strength for the renewal to come. The cycle does not break, Corvus said softly, alighting on a nearby stump. It breathes in and out, waking and sleeping, blooming and resting. Your restlessness is merely your spirit feeling the turn of the season, the call to prepare for the inward journey. Do not fear the quiet. It is where the deepest magic is woven. As he spoke, a gentle rain began to fall again, a soft percussion on the canopy above. Each drop that made its way through the leaves landed with a tiny plink on the glowing moss or thistle's spiny back. The sound was cleansing, soothing. The wind joined in, humming through the willow's branches, a lullaby for the world. Thistle's hollowness was gone. In its place was a warm, humming fullness. The forest had not given her a single answer, but a whole new way of listening. She had learned the language of letting go from the stream, the language of patience from the stone, the language of connection from the trees, and the language of the cycle from the grandmother willow and wise Corvus. She understood now that her feelings were not a flaw, but a part of the great waiting, a natural turning inward, as essential as the coming winter was to the forest. Corvus escorted her back to the edge of the moonlit clearing near her home. "Remember," he said, his eyes gleaming, "the magic is not just in the glowing lights and whispering trees. It is in the quiet of your own heart, learning its own seasons." Thistle returned to her burrow, the gentle sounds of the night, the patter of rain, the rustle of leaves, the distant brook, a comforting chorus outside her door. She curled into her nest of clover and fern, no longer restless. The hollow space was filled with the soft, luminescent wisdom of the nocturnal world, a wisdom that promised that after every period of silence comes a song, after every winter, a spring. And as she drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing she heard was the comforting crackle of the fire in her mind's eye, and the gentle, rhythmic breath of the ancient, slumbering forest, holding her safe in the palm of the night. Story 10. The attic above Oliver's bedroom was a kingdom of forgotten things. It was a place you reached by a pull-down ladder that groaned like an old man stretching after a long nap. On rainy afternoons, when the world outside was a watercolor painting of grays and greens, Oliver would climb up into that dusty realm, just to breathe in its quiet stories. One such afternoon, with the rain drumming a gentle rhythm on the slanted roof, Oliver was exploring a particularly shadowy corner behind an old dressmaker's dummy. His fingers, brushing against the rough wood of the wall, found a small, unexpected depression. A hidden drawer no bigger than a loaf of bread slid silently open with a soft wish of wood on wood. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet that had once been the color of crushed violets, was a music box. It was carved from a dark, warm wood, its surface inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered with a secret light. It wasn't grand or imposing, it was humble, like a sparrow sitting next to a peacock. But it felt important. Oliver carefully lifted it out. It was heavier than it looked, solid and patient in his hands. He carried it over to the circle of light cast by the single, dust-filmed window and sat on an old trunk, the leather cool beneath him. With a deep breath, he lifted the lid. Instead of a twirling ballerina or a ringing chorus of bells, the inside of the lid was a perfect, miniature night sky. Tiny, luminous points of light were set into the dark wood, forming constellations he didn't recognize. In the center of the box, where a mechanism should have been, was a simple, smooth disk of what looked like polished river stone, the color of moonlight. And there was no key. A little disappointed, Oliver ran his finger over the stone disk. It was warm. As he touched it, the tiny stars inside the lid seemed to brighten, and a single, clear note hung in the air, pure and sweet as a drop of morning dew. It was followed by a soft, rustling sound, like pages of an ancient book being turned by an unseen hand. From behind a stack of hatboxes, a small, ginger cat emerged. Oliver had seen her before. She was the mouser for the house, a quiet creature named Pippin, who usually regarded the world with sleepy, golden-eyed indifference. But now she padded over and sat primly before him, her tail curled around her paws. Her purr was a low, steady rumble, like a tiny, contented engine. "It's been waiting for you," a voice said, not in words, but in a feeling that bloomed right inside Oliver's mind. It was Pippin's voice, he realized with a start, though her mouth never moved. Her purring was the carrier of her thoughts. "Waiting for me." Oliver whispered aloud, his own voice seeming too loud in the hushed attic. For someone who listens, Pippin thought to him. The Star Maker's box doesn't open for just anyone. It opens for a quiet heart. Just then, a tiny, whiskered face peeked out from a hole in the baseboard. It was a mouse, sleek and gray, with eyes like polished jet beads. He scurried forward, pausing to brush a bit of dust from his fur with fastidious paws. "A quiet heart is a good start," the mouse squeaked, his actual voice a high, precise thread of sound. "But you'll need a steady hand, too. I am Thimble." He gestured with his nose toward the music box. "The Star Maker's melody is lost. The constellations have gone dim. They need to be reminded of their song." Oliver looked inside the lid. Now that it was pointed out, he could see that the tiny stars did look faded, their light struggling against the darkness of the wood. "How do I remind them?" he asked, his courage feeling very small and very ordinary in the face of such a task. "You must follow the path," Pippin purred, her thoughts flowing into his. "The box will show you the way, but the journey is not out there." She tapped his chest gently with a soft paw. "It is in here." Thimble nodded. "The first challenge is the fear of shadows. It lives in the space between the trunk and the rocking horse. It feeds on uncertainty." Oliver looked toward the far corner. In the deep gloom, the shadows did seem to twist and coil a little more thickly. A cold knot tightened in his stomach. He was about to say he couldn't do it when he felt the warmth of the stone disk under his palm. He thought of the quiet heart Pippin had mentioned. He wasn't being asked to fight the shadows, only to walk through them. Taking a deep breath, he stood. Pippin fell into step beside him, her purr a steady, comforting vibration in the air. Thimble scurried ahead, a tiny, brave scout. As Oliver stepped into the deeper darkness, the shadows seemed to press in, cold and whispering. He felt a prickle of fear, a desire to turn back. But then he remembered the kindness his grandmother had shown him when he was afraid of the dark, sitting with him and telling him stories until the night felt like a friend. He focused on that memory, on the warmth of her presence. He didn't shout at the shadows or try to run. He simply walked, carrying that memory like a lantern. And as he did, the shadows retreated, not vanishing but softening, their threatening whispers fading into a respectful silence. He had passed through them not with force, but with the gentle light of a remembered kindness. On the other side, nestled against the wall, was an old, cobweb-draped clock whose hands had stopped at midnight long ago. Hanging from one of its hands was a single, silvery note, shaped like a teardrop. It glowed with a soft light. "The first note," Thimble squeaked, his voice full of admiration. "You found it with patience." Oliver carefully took the note. It was cool and smooth. As he held it, the music box back on the trunk gave a soft chime, and one of the faded stars in the constellation of the Lyre flickered and grew steadily brighter. "The next challenge," Pippin murmured, her thoughts soft as thistledown, "is the tangle of worry. It weaves itself through the stacks of old letters near the chimney." Oliver made his way there, the tangle appearing as a mess of knotted gray threads that clogged the space between boxes, humming with a low, anxious energy. He knew this feeling well, the tightness in his chest before a test at school, the restless thoughts that kept him awake at night. The instinct was to pull and tear at the threads, to force his way through. But Thimble, with his clever, needle-sharp mind, had a different idea. "Worry is not undone by pulling," he instructed. It is undone by tracing it back to its source. Find the loose end, be clever. Oliver sat before the tangle, ignoring its anxious hum. He looked carefully, and there, almost hidden, was a single, loose thread of silver. Instead of yanking it, he gently took it and began to slowly, patiently wind it into a neat little spool. As he wound, the knot began to loosen. The gray threads softened, their anxious hum fading, and they unraveled to reveal a path. And there, sitting in the center of where the tangle had been, was the second note, this one shaped like a gentle curve, glowing with a calm, blue light. Another soft chime from the music box, and a second star in the constellation of the Swan blazed to life. The final challenge awaited by the large, round window that looked out over the rain-soaked garden. This was the veil of loneliness. It wasn't a wall or a tangle, but a profound, deep silence that made the world feel hollow and distant. Standing before it, Oliver felt a profound ache, a sense of being utterly alone. This was the hardest one yet. He thought about turning back. But then he felt a soft pressure against his leg. It was Pippin, leaning her whole warm, purring body against him. And on his shoulder he felt the light, confident weight of Thimble. "You are not alone," Pippin's thought purred into his mind, rich and warm as honey. "You have friends," Thimble squeaked, his tiny voice firm and sure. Their presence filled the hollow silence. The veil of loneliness did not shatter or tear. It simply dissolved like mist under the morning sun, because it had nothing to feed on. Where it vanished, the third note hung in the air, a perfect, glowing circle of golden light. It was the sound of companionship, of belonging. With the three notes gathered in his cupped hands, Oliver returned to the Starmaker's box. He didn't know what to do with them. He looked at Pippin and Thimble, who simply watched him with quiet confidence. He remembered the stone disc. He placed the three notes upon it. They didn't clatter, they melted into the stone like snowflakes on warm skin. The disc began to glow, and then, very slowly, it began to turn. A melody began to play. It was the most beautiful sound Oliver had ever heard. It was the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the patter of rain on the roof, the chime of distant church bells, the steady, comforting purr of a faithful friend, and the brave, high squeak of a steadfast companion, all woven together into a song that spoke of quiet courage, clever patience, and the simple, profound power of not being alone. As the song played, every single star in the constellations inside the lid blazed with brilliant, joyful light. The entire miniature galaxy shimmered and danced, no longer forgotten, but fully, gloriously alive. Oliver sat there for a long time, just listening, with Pippin curled in his lap and Thimble sitting on the trunk beside him, all of them bathed in the soft, starlit glow. The rain had stopped outside, and a fresh, clean world was waiting. But for now, in the cozy, dust-moted attic, with the music box singing its gentle, extraordinary secret, everything was already perfect. He had traveled a great journey without ever leaving home, and he had discovered that the greatest magic was not in the stars themselves, but in the quiet heart and the faithful friends that helped them shine. Story 11. In the velvet expanse where stars are sown like diamond dust across the infinite dark, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet wonders, cobbled together from salvaged comet ice and woven moonbeams, with great crystalline domes that glimmered softly in the perpetual twilight of the nebula it called home. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen was from a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. He was a being of gentle grace, with skin like birch bark and hair that shifted colors with his mood, soft greens for contentment, warm golds for curiosity. He communicated not with words, but with a symphony of colors that danced across his fingertips and shimmered in the air around him, each hue a feeling, an idea, a memory. His companion was Pip, a small creature from a planet of humming crystals and floating islands. Pip's form was ever so slightly translucent, and when he moved, he left faint, shimmering trails of light behind him like the wake of a sleepy firefly. He did not speak in colors but in harmonies, a soft, bell-like chiming that rose and fell in gentle cadence, each note a fragment of thought, each chord a complete sentence. They had met by chance when Kaelen's leaf-like star sail had torn on the rings of a nearby gas giant, and Pip's crystalline skiff had been nearby, drawn by the unusual pattern of distress Kaelen had painted across the void. Pip had chimed a melody of reassurance, and though Kaelen did not understand the notes, he felt the kindness in them, and answered with a soft, grateful blue. Together, they had claimed the Starlight haven as their own. It had been long abandoned, its gardens overgrown with star vines, and its observatory lenses clouded with cosmic dust. They spent cycles, not days or months, for time flowed differently there, restoring it. Kaelen, with his delicate, careful hands, wove new tapestries from captured nebula threads, while Pip, with his innate understanding of resonance, tuned the great crystal lenses until they could see into the hearts of distant suns. They built a garden under the largest dome, a shared shelter they called the Glimmer Grove. Here Kaelen cultivated flora from his homeworld, plants that bloomed with soft, pulsing light and released sighs of floral-scented mist. Pip brought cuttings from his own planet, crystalline flowers that rang with soft music when the starlight touched them, and silver-leafed shrubs that changed their shape to mirror the emotions of those nearby. It was a place of peace, where the air itself seemed to hum with contentment. But they were from different worlds with different ways, and misunderstandings bloomed as often as the strange flowers in their grove. One quiet cycle, Kaelen noticed that Pip seemed subdued. His chiming had become a slow, minor-key melody, and the light he shed was pale and wistful. Concerned, Kaelen decided to cheer him up. On his world, the greatest sign of affection was to share food. He spent hours preparing a special meal, using glowing fungi and sweet, syrup-filled pods from his homeworld, arranging them artfully on a broad, flat leaf. He presented it to Pip with a flourish, his own colors blooming in a proud, warm orange. Pip looked at the offering, his bell-like sounds faltering. On his world, to offer food was to imply the other could not provide for themselves, a grave insult. A discordant chime escaped him, and he drew back, his light flickering in confusion and hurt. Kaelen's colors dimmed to a confused, murky gray. He had only meant to show he cared. He set the food down, his gestures small and sad. For a long while they sat in silence, the grove around them feeling too large, too quiet. Then Pip, watching the sad gray waves emanating from his friend, felt a pang of understanding. He drifted to a silver-leafed shrub, which had shrunk into a tight, unhappy ball. He chimed a single clear note and then a story in harmony, a story of his people, of their pride and their self-sufficiency. He showed Kaelen, through the rising and falling music, how the gesture had been misinterpreted. Kaelen listened, not with his ears but with his heart. He watched the shrub slowly unfurl, mirroring Pip's shift from hurt to explanation. When Pip was finished, Kaelen responded not with color, but with action. He gently picked up the leaf of food and carried it to a compost corner of the garden, letting the earth reclaim it. Then he returned and simply sat beside Pip, his color softening to a gentle, understanding lavender. Pip chimed a soft, questioning note. Kaelen pointed upward through the crystal dome to a swirling ribbon of violet and gold in the nebula outside. It was their favorite sight, a celestial dance of light they had named the Lullaby River. Pip understood. The offering wasn't the food, the offering was the shared moment. Their friendship deepened after that. They learned to communicate in a new language, one built not on colors or chords, but on patience and empathy. They spent long, quiet cycles in their grove, simply being together. Kaelen would tend to his glowing plants, his colors shifting in a slow, peaceful rhythm, while Pip would hum a soft, ambient melody that made the crystalline flowers chime in harmony. One cycle, as they were watching a particularly vibrant display of shooting stars, glittering streaks of sapphire and emerald painting the dark, Pip began to chime a slow, complex melody. It was a story, Kaelen realized, a story of Pip's home, of the great singing caves where the wind made music for miles, and of the lonely beauty of floating through the silent parts of space before he had found the haven. In return, Kaelen let his colors flow, painting a picture in the air between them. He showed the deep, silent forests of his world, where light filtered down in dappled patterns and the very air tasted of rain and growth. He showed his own loneliness, the feeling of being a single, quiet color in a vast and noisy universe. They sat there, the storyteller of color and the storyteller of song, and in that quiet moment, with the distant stars as their audience, they understood each other perfectly. The gap between their worlds, their biologies, their very modes of being, was bridged by the simple, universal language of kindness. It was a language that required no translation, a grammar built on shared silence, and a vocabulary of gentle gestures. The climax of their time together came when a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the heart of the Starlight Haven itself. A core crystal, the source of the observatory's power, was faltering. Its light was growing dim, and the great lenses were slowly clouding over. The glimmer grove began to wilt, the flowers losing their light and their song. Pip, with his innate connection to crystals, chimed in distress. He could feel the crystal's song fading, becoming a weak, thready whisper. He tried to harmonize with it, to bolster its resonance, but his own melody was too different, too alien. The crystal couldn't sync with his song. Kaelen watched, his colors swirling in anxious blues and grays. He couldn't manipulate frequencies or understand resonant structures. But he could feel. He could feel Pip's worry, and he could feel the slow, sad dying of the light in their home. He went to Pip's side and placed a hand on his friend's cool, translucent shoulder. He didn't try to offer a solution in color or sound. Instead, he closed his eyes and poured every ounce of his feeling into the touch, his gratitude for their friendship, his love for their shared sanctuary, his hope for its future. It was a wave of pure, empathic kindness. Pip felt it flow through him, a warmth that was not temperature but feeling. And he understood. It wasn't about forcing a new song onto the crystal. It was about reminding it of the song it already knew, the song of the haven, a song of peace and friendship. Pip turned back to the crystal, but this time he did not try to sing his own song. Instead, he listened. He listened past the fading hum, deep into the crystal's memory. And there he found it, a faint, ancient melody, the observatory's original song of creation. Gently, softly, he began to chime that melody, not overpowering it, but supporting it, harmonizing with its fragile tune. At the same time, Kaelen let his colors flow, not in complex patterns, but in a soft, steady, reassuring glow of gold, the color of warmth, of constancy, of home. He wrapped that light around the crystal and around Pip, a silent promise that they were in this together. Slowly, tremulously, the core crystal began to brighten. Its hum grew stronger, weaving itself into Pip's supporting harmony. The clouded lenses cleared, and starlight poured back into the haven, bright and pure. In the glimmer grove, the flowers lit up one by one, their soft chimes returning, sweeter and more resonant than before. The crisis was over. They had not fixed it with advanced technology or great power, but with empathy and a shared will to protect what they loved. That night they sat together in their restored grove, watching the lullaby river swirl in its eternal, graceful dance. There were no colors dancing from Kaelen's fingertips, no complex melodies from Pip. There was only a deep, comfortable silence, punctuated by the gentle chime of a flower or the soft sigh of a glowing plant. Kaelen's form was settled into a calm, contented green. Pip's light was a steady, warm pulse. They had learned that the most complex machinery in the universe was no match for a simple, kind heart. And they knew, without a single word or note or color between them, that no matter how vast the cosmos or how different their origins, they had built something more enduring than any space station or observatory. They had built a friendship, a tiny, warm, and shining shelter in the infinite night, a testament to the truth that kindness is the one language every soul, in every corner of the galaxy, can understand. And in the quiet comfort of that knowledge, surrounded by the gentle light of their own making, they rested, two friends under a dome of stars, forever home. Story 12. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers. Not the frightening kind that make you pull the covers over your head, but the gentle sort that seem to hum just beyond hearing. The soft creak of floorboards settling into their dreams, the sigh of wind through the ivy outside the window, and the distant, rhythmic tick-tock of a clock that no one could ever quite locate. It was in this house that a quiet boy named Leo lived with his grandmother. Leo was a listener. While other children chased shouts and laughter through sunlit fields, Leo preferred the company of quiet corners and forgotten spaces. His favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted afternoon light, where forgotten treasures slept beneath linen sheets. One drizzly afternoon, with rain pattering softly against the roof like tiny fingertips, Leo climbed the creaking pull-down stairs into the attic's hushed world. The air smelled of cedar and old books, a scent like a warm blanket for the soul. He was searching for a missing button for his grandmother's sewing box when a glint of brass caught his eye from beneath an old rocking horse with one chipped ear. It was a small, hexagonal music box, no larger than his palm. Its surface was tarnished with time, but intricate patterns were etched into the metal, swirls that looked like wind and tiny stars scattered among them. When he lifted it, a fine layer of dust drifted away like mist before the morning sun. There was no key to wind it. Curious, Leo carried it to the round attic window, where the gray afternoon light could see it better. He traced the stars with his fingertip. As he did, a soft chime echoed through the attic, though the box remained closed. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears so much as felt in your heart, a clear, pure note that hung in the air like a dewdrop on a spider's web. "Well now," said a rusty, gentle voice from the shadowy eaves. "It's been an age since I heard that song." Leo, though startled, felt no fear. The voice was as warm and familiar as the tick of the hidden clock. From behind a stack of hatboxes emerged a small, brass owl with clockwork gears visible through its translucent body. Its eyes were tiny, polished citrine stones, and they glimmered with a soft, inner light. "You can speak," Leo whispered, his voice barely disturbing the quiet. "I can," the owl replied, blinking slowly. "I am Horatio, keeper of forgotten melodies, and you found the Starlight music box. It has been silent for many years." Leo looked down at the box in his hands. "It doesn't have a key." "Ah," said Horatio, hopping closer with a delicate click-clack of clockwork limbs. "Its key is not made of metal. It answers only to a curious heart and a patient hand. But I should warn you, once it begins to play, it will show you what is lost. To find it again will require a different sort of journey." "What kind of journey?" Leo asked. "The kind measured not in miles, but in moments of courage," Horatio said wisely. "It is a journey inward." Just then a soft thump followed by a silken purr announced another arrival. A large, fluffy ginger cat leaped soundlessly onto a nearby trunk. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves and embers, and her eyes were wise and green. "Don't let him frighten you with his grand words, little one," the cat murmured, her voice a soft rumble. "I am Juniper. I know the pathways of this house, the ones that run under floorboards and behind walls. If you are to go wandering in search of something, you'll need a guide who knows how to be still." Leo looked from the clockwork owl to the purring cat, then down to the music box. A faint, starry light was now pulsing softly from within its seams. "What is lost?" he asked. "Only the music box can show you," Horatio said. "You must open it." With a deep, steadying breath, Leo lifted the tiny brass latch and opened the lid. Inside, there was no cylinder of pins, no metal comb. Instead, nestled on a bed of midnight blue velvet, was a swirling miniature galaxy. Tiny lights like captured stars drifted in a slow, silent dance. And as Leo watched, the single chime he'd heard earlier swelled into a soft, haunting melody. It was the sound of distant bells ringing underwater, of wind humming through pine needles, of a mother's lullaby remembered from a dream. As the music played, the starry lights inside the box swirled upward, coalescing into a shimmering image above the velvet. It was a memory not his own, but one that felt familiar. He saw his grandmother, many years younger, sitting right here in this attic, painting at a small easel. She was painting a portrait of a man with a kind smile and eyes that crinkled at the corners, Leo's grandfather, who had passed away before Leo was born. In the memory, she was humming the very same melody the box now played. When she finished the painting, she tucked it away carefully, and as the years passed, the memory of where she had put it faded like a path overgrown with moss. The music softened and the image dissolved. The box was once again just a box with swirling stars inside. She forgot where she put it, Leo said, his heart aching with a gentle sorrow. The painting of grandfather. The heart remembers the love, Juniper purred, rubbing her head against his arm. But sometimes the mind misplaces the details. Your journey, Horatio said softly, is to find that painting and return it to her. The courage required is not the kind to face monsters, but the kind to face sadness, hers and your own, at seeing her miss him. So with the Starlight music box cradled safely in his hands, its lid closed but its soft, starry light still glowing through the seams, Leo began his search. His companions followed, Horatio perched on his shoulder, ticking softly, and Juniper padding silently at his heels, her tail held high like a banner. Their first stop was the library, a room of towering shelves that smelled of paper and polish. Here the only sound was the gentle rustle of pages from a small, nervous bookworm named Pip, who poked his head out from a volume of botanical sketches. Lost something. Pip squeaked, adjusting his tiny spectacles. I know every spine and seam in this room. Perhaps it slid behind a book. With Pip's help, they carefully pulled out volumes and peered into the dark spaces behind. They found a lost thimble, a dried flower, and a postcard from a seaside town, but no painting. Courage, little seeker, Horatio whispered, as Leo's shoulders slumped. A journey of the heart is rarely a straight line. Next they tried the sunroom, where plants grew in happy profusion, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. A small ceramic garden gnome, whose name was Thistle, stood guard by a pot of basil. Something hidden. Thistle boomed in a surprisingly deep voice for his size. Check under the pots, secrets love to hide in the dirt. But under the pots they found only pill bugs and a single, perfectly smooth river stone. No painting. The afternoon light was fading, casting long, blue shadows through the house. The rain had stopped, and a fresh, cool breeze whispered through an open window, carrying with it the distant sound of the town clock striking the hour. Leo felt a flutter of doubt in his chest. What if he couldn't find it? What if the memory was lost forever? He sat down on the bottom step of the grand staircase, placing the music box beside him. Juniper curled up next to him, her purr a steady, comforting vibration. Horatio sat on the carved newel post, his citrine eyes glowing softly. The box showed you the attic for a reason, Horatio mused. The journey began there, perhaps it must also end there. But we looked, Leo said, his voice small. We looked with our eyes, Juniper corrected gently. But some things must be found with the heart. A new idea, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against Leo's thoughts. The memory hadn't just shown his grandmother painting. It had shown her hiding the painting. She hadn't lost it carelessly. She had tucked it away someplace special, someplace safe. Someplace she would think to look when she was ready to remember. He picked up the music box and climbed back up to the attic, his companions following. The room was now bathed in the deep, velvety blue of twilight. He didn't rush to overturn trunks or tear through boxes. Instead, he stood very still in the center of the room, just as his grandmother had in the memory, and he closed his eyes. He thought not about where he would hide something, but where she would. He thought about her love for stories, for secrets, for things that held meaning. He remembered how she always kept her favorite teacup on the highest shelf, so it waits for a special day. He remembered the loose floorboard near the fireplace where she hid birthday presents. His eyes flew open. He walked to the old rocking horse, the one he had found the music box beneath. It was her rocking horse from when she was a little girl. He ran his hand over its smooth, worn back. Then he knelt down and looked at the base. There, cleverly carved into the wood of the rocker, was a small, almost invisible panel. His fingers found the tiny latch, and it swung open with a soft click. Inside the hollow space, wrapped in a piece of faded silk, was the painting. It was more beautiful than the memory had shown. His grandfather's kind eyes seemed to twinkle in the dim light, and the artist's love for her subject was evident in every careful brushstroke. Leo didn't rush. He carefully rewrapped the painting and carried it, along with the music box, back downstairs. He found his grandmother in the kitchen, kneading dough for the next morning's bread. The room was warm and golden, filled with the yeasty, comforting smell of home. "Grandmother," he said softly, "I found something I think belongs to you." He placed the silk-wrapped bundle on the kitchen table. She wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron, her expression curious. When she unfolded the silk and saw the painting, her breath caught. For a long moment she was silent, her fingers tracing the face of the man she had loved. Then she looked at Leo, and her eyes, though shimmering with tears, were full of a deep, abiding joy. "Oh, my dear boy," she whispered, pulling him into a flowery, cinnamon-scented hug. "You found him. You brought him back to me." She didn't ask how or where. She simply understood that it was a magic of its own kind. That evening they hung the painting on the wall in the parlor, where the firelight could dance across its surface. Leo sat with his grandmother on the sofa, sharing a slice of warm apple cake. The Starlight music box sat on the mantelpiece, its surface now gleaming as if lit from within. It was silent, but Leo knew its song was now part of the house's gentle whispers. Up in the attic, if you listened very closely, you could hear the soft, rhythmic tick-tock of a contented clockwork owl, and from a cozy spot on a trunk, the steady, soothing purr of a ginger cat, guardian of quiet pathways. Leo had traveled far, though he had never left the house. He had journeyed on a map of memory and love, guided by curiosity and completed by kindness. And as he drifted to sleep that night, the gentle sounds of the peaceful house wrapped around him like a soft, familiar blanket, reminding him that the greatest adventures are often the ones we take to bring a little light back to the ones we love. Story 13. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the round window. It was there, on a day when rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, that a quiet child named Leo found the music box. It was tucked beneath a faded quilt, nestled beside a stack of old geography books. It wasn't grand or gilded, just a simple wooden cube, the color of warm honey, with a small, tarnished brass key poking from its side. Its only decoration was a single inlaid pearl, pale as a winter moon. Curious, Leo lifted it, feeling the satisfying weight of it in his hands. He carried it to his favorite nook by the round window, where an old armchair, smelling faintly of cedar and cinnamon, waited like a patient friend. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Instead of a twirling ballerina or a simple melody, the inside of the box was a miniature, three-dimensional landscape. A tiny forest of velvet moss and twisted wire trees stood beneath a lid painted with a twilight sky. At the center of the forest was a silver path, no wider than a thread, that led to a miniature castle carved from a single piece of smoky quartz. It was breathtaking, but the box was silent. Leo turned the key. It resisted at first with a faint, rusty protest, then gave way with a satisfying series of clicks. He released it, expecting a tune, but none came. Instead, a soft, golden light, like captured sunshine, bloomed from within the tiny castle windows. And then a voice, no louder than the rustle of a mouse in dry leaves, spoke from inside the box. "Oh goodness," it sighed, a sound like a tiny bell. "It has been an age." Leo leaned closer, his breath held. A figure no taller than his thumb stepped out onto a balcony of the quartz castle. He was dressed in robes of what looked like woven spider silk, and a beard of white lichen flowed down his chest. He blinked up at Leo with eyes that shone like dewdrops. "A keeper," the tiny man said, his voice full of wonder. "At long last, a new keeper has come." "I'm Leo," the boy whispered, afraid that a normal voice might blow the little man away. "I am Thuron," said the tiny man, bowing deeply. "Guardian of the Glimmerwood and the Silent Heart." He gestured to the castle behind him. "And you, Leo, have wound the key. The journey must begin." "A journey?" Leo asked. "Where to?" Thuron smiled, a kind, weary smile. "Not where but what, the journey is to find the music. The song of the silent heart has been stilled. The woods have grown quiet, and the light is fading." He pointed, and Leo saw that the golden glow from the castle was indeed flickering, like a candle in a draught. "The journey is one of courage, Leo. Not the courage to fight dragons, but the courage to listen, to be patient, and to mend what is broken." And so Leo's extraordinary adventure began, not across vast continents, but within the confines of a honey-colored wooden box on his lap. Thuron explained that the music was lost because the three guardians of the Glimmerwood, the keepers of the chimes, the strings, and the breath, had fallen out of harmony. To restore the song, their hearts needed to be realigned. The first guardian they sought was the keeper of the chimes, who lived high in the whispering spires. Leo's journey there was one of immense care. He couldn't march through the mossy forest. He had to guide Thuron by gently tilting the box, creating slopes and valleys for the tiny guardian to traverse. The only sound was the soft shushing of Thuron's silken robes against the velvet moss, and the distant, rhythmic pit-pat of the rain on the attic roof above, a comforting drum to their tiny quest. After what felt like an age of careful tilting, they reached the base of the spires, which were actually a collection of old, dangling wind chimes made of crystal and sea glass that Leo's grandmother had hung near the window years ago. A faint breeze from a crack in the attic wall made them stir, producing a hollow, discordant clink-clank. Perched on the highest chime was a creature of dazzling iridescence, a hummingbird made of stained glass, her wings reflecting the fading light from the castle in 1,000 splinters of color. This was Kaelen, the keeper of the chimes. She was vibrating with a nervous, furious energy, zipping from one chime to another, striking them with her beak, creating not music, but jarring noise. "Too slow, too fast, the rhythm is all wrong," she twittered, her voice a series of sharp, glassy notes. "Kaelen," Thuron called out, his gentle voice a stark contrast to her frenzy. "Peace, old friend." "Peace? How can there be peace without the perfect tempo?" she cried, striking a chime so hard Leo feared it would shatter. "Nothing is in sync, nothing." Leo watched her not with frustration, but with a deep understanding. He knew what it was like to feel out of sync, to feel like your own rhythm didn't match the world's. He was a quiet child in a loud world. He thought of the steady, calming sound of the rain outside. Without a word, he began to hum. It was a soft, simple melody, matching the slow, steady pit-pat on the roof. Kaelen stopped her frantic zipping. She hovered, listening. Leo continued to hum, a low, warm sound that filled the cozy attic nook. He reached out a single finger and very, very gently tapped the largest crystal chime. Boo-ong. The note was deep and clear, resonating through the attic, blending with the sound of the rain and his humming. Kaelen's glassy wings stilled. She slowly drifted down and landed on the edge of the music box, her frantic energy replaced by a quiet attentiveness. You found the beat," she whispered, her voice now a soft, tinkling sound. "The steady heart." "It was here all along," Leo said softly. "You just had to listen for it." With a sound like a sigh of relief, Kaelen's form softened, and the chimes around her began to sway in a gentle, unified rhythm, producing a soft, melodic ting-ailing that was no longer frantic, but peaceful. One piece of the music had been found. The next part of their journey led them deep into the gnarled root tunnels, the domain of the keeper of the strings. To get there, Thuron had to navigate a labyrinth of exposed tree roots at the edge of the velvet forest, which in the real world were the frayed and unraveled threads of an old tapestry stored in a trunk. The air in the box grew still and carried the scent of old wool and memories. Here, the helper was a different sort entirely. A large, orange tabby cat named Marmalade, who had followed Leo up to the attic, now decided this was the perfect time for a nap. He settled himself on the rug beside the armchair, a rumbling, contented purr emanating from him like a tiny engine. The vibration traveled through the floorboards and into the music box, making the very roots tremble. In the deepest part of the root tunnels, they found Orin, the keeper of the strings. He was a badger woven from the same frayed tapestry threads he guarded, and he was tangled. Hopelessly, miserably tangled. His own strings were knotted around roots, looped around his paws, and tied in frustrating bows. He was grumbling and pulling, which only made the knots tighter. "Blast and botheration," he muttered, his voice a low, grumbly cello note. "Pulled too tight, no give, no flexibility." "Orin," Thuron said, his voice calm. "Struggling against the knot only tightens its grip." "Well, what else is one to do?" Orin grumbled, giving another futile tug. Leo watched, thinking. He remembered helping his grandmother untangle a necklace, how she had to be patient and gentle, working one loop at a time. He couldn't reach into the box, but he had an idea. He looked at Marmalade, whose purring was a steady, rhythmic vibration. Leo began to stroke the cat's fur in long, slow, deliberate motions, matching the rhythm of his purr. Stroke purr, stroke purr. The gentle, rhythmic vibration traveled through the armchair, into Leo's hands, and into the music box. In the gnarled root tunnels, the knots in Orin's strings began to subtly loosen. The tension eased. Orin stopped his frantic pulling. He felt the calm, steady rhythm, and with a sigh that sounded like a loose string being plucked, he began to slowly, patiently work one loop, then another. He didn't fight the tangle, he listened to it, understood it. "Ah," Orin said, his grumbly voice now warm and resonant. "There's the harmony, not in force but in flow." One by one, the knots came undone. As they did, the strings themselves began to hum, producing a soft, melodic drone, a foundation upon which music could be built. The second piece of the song was restored. The final journey was the most daunting. They had to cross the Lake of Sighs to reach the Isle of Echoes, home of the final guardian, the keeper of the breath. The lake was a mirror of dark, polished obsidian that Leo's mother used as a trivet, and it was perfectly, unnervingly still. The aisle was a small mound of white velvet at its center. The only way across was a little boat, a hollowed-out walnut shell, but there was no wind to fill its leaf sail. The air was dead. This was the challenge of patience. The keeper of the breath was Aria, a woman shaped from morning mist and starlight, standing on the far shore. She saw them, but her face was sad. "I have forgotten the song," she whispered, and her breath barely fogged the air before her. "I have no breath to give." Leo felt a pang of despair. How could you restore music to someone who had forgotten how to make a sound? He looked around the attic, at the dancing dust, at the rain-streaked window, at the sleeping, purring cat. He thought of the steady rain, the purring, the gentle chimes, the resonant strings. They were all breaths of a sort. They were all life. He didn't know what to do, so he simply breathed. He took a slow, deep breath in, smelling the cedar and cinnamon and rain-washed air. He held it for a moment, feeling the peace of the attic fill him. Then he leaned over the music box and let his breath out in a soft, warm, steady stream over the lake of sighs. In the box, the perfectly still surface of the obsidian lake shivered. A tiny ripple formed. Then another. The leaf sail of the walnut shell quivered and then billowed. Slowly, ever so slowly, the boat began to move, gliding across the dark water without a sound. Thuron stood at its prow, facing Aria. As the boat reached the isle, Aria watched, her eyes wide. She had seen the breath. She had felt its intention, not a demand but a gift. It was an act of pure kindness, an offering of life itself. A tremor went through her misty form. She closed her eyes, and remembering, she took a breath of her own. When she exhaled, it was not a mere sigh. It was a melody. A single, pure, beautiful note that hung in the air of the tiny world, weaving itself around the rhythm of the chimes and the drone of the strings. It was the breath of the song, the soul of the music. Back in the quartz castle, the golden light blazed, steady and strong. Thuron turned to Leo, his dewdrop eyes shining. "You have done it, Keeper. You have journeyed with courage, the courage to be calm, to be patient, and to be kind. You have restored the silent heart." Leo turned the key once more. This time, when he released it, the music box came to life. A beautiful, complex melody filled the attic, a tapestry of gentle chimes, resonant strings, and a soaring, breath-like woodwind. It was a song of rain and purring cats, of patience and kindness, of a quiet child who had listened with his whole heart. The golden light from the castle windows spilled out, illuminating the dust motes until they looked like a swirl of tiny stars dancing to the music. Marmalade purred louder in his sleep. Downstairs the clock chimed the hour, its sound blending perfectly with the melody from the box. Leo sat back in the armchair, the music washing over him. He hadn't traveled far, but he had journeyed deep into the heart of what mattered. He had learned that the greatest adventures are often measured in gentle moments and quiet understandings, that courage can be as soft as a hum and as steady as a breath, and that the most extraordinary magic is always waiting to be discovered, nestled in the quiet, cozy corners of an ordinary day. And as the fire crackled in the hearth downstairs and the music played its gentle lullaby, Leo knew, with a deep and comforting certainty, that all was well. Story 14. The firelight danced in soft, flickering patterns across the walls, painting stories of its own in golden hues. And as the flames whispered and popped, a tale began to unfold, a tale not of great battles or fearsome quests, but of charming peculiarities and gentle absurdities, the kind that make you smile into your pillow. In a valley where the rivers flowed backwards, starting wide at the sea and narrowing to a bubbly spring in the mountains, there stood a most unusual tea shop. It was called the Steeping Snail, and it was quite upside down. The roof was buried in the soft, mossy ground, and the front door opened onto the ceiling, so that patrons had to step up to come inside. Inside, the tables clung to the floor above, and the chairs dangled comfortably from sturdy chains, allowing customers to sit suspended while sipping their brew. The proprietor of this topsy-turvy establishment was a dragon named Pippin. Pippin was a splendidly round, lavender-scaled dragon with wings like stained glass and a snout that tended to wiggle when he was excited. And Pippin had a passion, not for treasure or for conquest, but for teacups. He collected them. Not ordinary ones, mind you. He had cups that chimed when empty, cups that changed color with the temperature of the tea, cups with tiny painted scenes that moved if you stared at them long enough, and one very special cup that occasionally sprouted a non-invasive, biscuit-scented fern. One particularly slow, honey-dripped afternoon, Pippin was arranging a new acquisition, a cup that poured in a perfect, silent spiral, when a most peculiar sound echoed from the region of his chest. Hic. A small, polite puff of lilac-scented smoke poofed from his nostrils. "Oh dear," Pippin murmured, his snout wiggling with concern. He took a slow, deep breath. Hic. This time the puff of smoke was accompanied by a gentle clink. On the counter, a tiny porcelain saucer shimmered into existence. Dragon hiccups, you must understand, are not like yours or mine. When a dragon of Pippin's particular lineage gets the hiccups, they don't just make a noise. They manifest things. Small, delicate, usually cup-related things. It was a harmless enough affliction, but for a tea shop proprietor trying to maintain a serene atmosphere, the sudden, unpredictable appearance of a cream jug or a sugar tong was a tad disruptive. Pippin tried the classic remedies. He drank a glass of water upside down, which, in his shop, meant standing right side up, a confusing endeavor that resulted in a damp waistcoat. He held his breath. He thought very hard about quiet, hiccup-less things like still ponds and sleeping cats. Hic-glink. A butter knife with a handle shaped like a sleeping duck appeared on the windowsill. "This will not do," Pippin sighed, his wings drooping. This will not do at all. He needed an expert, and he knew just the person, or rather the cloud shepherd. So Pippin wrote a quick note, gone to fetch a cure, mined the new sugar bowls, and pinned it to his upside-down door. Then with a graceful leap, he launched himself from the ceiling into the soft afternoon air. He flew towards the rollaway hills, a place where the landscape was as changeable as the weather. The hills themselves would occasionally decide to roll gently to a new location, just for a different view. It was here that his friend Finnegan tended his flock. Finnegan was the cloud shepherd. He was a tall, willowy man dressed in soft gray wool that seemed to be made of mist itself. He didn't carry a crook, but a long, slender flute that played notes as clear and cool as a mountain stream. His flock was not of sheep, but of fluffy, docile clouds that he guided across the sky, shaping them into pleasant, sunny day shapes or, on request, into particularly impressive cumulonimbus castles. Pippin found him by a backwards-flowing river, playing a lazy melody that encouraged a group of cirrus clouds to stretch themselves into the shape of a galloping herd of ponies. Finnegan. Pippin called, landing with a soft thump that made a nearby hill consider rolling away before deciding it was too much effort. Pippin. Finnegan replied, his voice a warm breeze. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Come to order a custom-shaped nimbus. I'm doing a special on sheep this week." Hic boing. A small china egg cup bounced twice on the grass before settling. "Ah," said Finnegan, understanding dawning on his gentle face. "The hiccups." "The hiccups," Pippin confirmed miserably. "They're disrupting the tea service. I was hoping your cloud mellows might have a soothing effect." Finnegan nodded thoughtfully. He played a few notes on his flute, and a small, particularly fluffy cloud drifted down. It had the consistency of whipped cream and the scent of fresh rain. "Open wide," Finnegan instructed. Pippin did so, and Finnegan guided the cloud right into the dragon's mouth. Pippin swallowed. It was like swallowing a cool, silent sigh. They waited. Hick whoosh. A full tea cozy, knitted in a dizzying argyle pattern, materialized and draped itself over Finnegan's head. Said the cloud shepherd, his voice muffled by wool. Stubborn case, this calls for a professional. We need a dream painter. Now, a dream painter is a most specialized artist. While we simply dream, a dream painter actively crafts the landscapes of our slumber. They carry palettes of starlight and brushes made of moonbeams, and they are experts in the fundamental architecture of whimsy and calm. If anyone could untangle the knotted thread of Pippin's hiccups, it was the dream painter. Her name was Alara, and she lived in the inside-out forest. This was a forest where the trees grew with their bark on the inside and their soft, smooth wood on the outside. The leaves rustled with a sound like pages turning in a beloved book, and the pathways were paved with fallen needles that smelled of cinnamon and slumber. They found Alara standing before a great, smooth-barked oak, her brush dancing across its surface. On it she was painting a dream for a dormouse, a lovely scene of a giant ball of thistledown and a river of warm milk. She was a small woman with hair the color of twilight and eyes that held the calm of a deep, starry night. Her smock had pockets that seemed to hold not paints, but captured fireflies and little puffs of shadow. Pippin, Finnegan, she said, not turning around. I was just painting a hiccup, a very small, polite one for the dormouse. It adds character. She finished with a flourish, and the painted dormouse on the tree squeak-hicksed adorably. We have a hiccup of a slightly larger scale, Finnegan said, gesturing to Pippin. Hick tinkle. A string of tiny musical teaspoon charms scattered around Alara's feet. Alara turned, her artist's eye assessing the situation. Fascinating, she murmured. A physical manifestation of a diaphragmatic spasm. The magic is trying to express the internal rhythm externally. She tapped her chin with her moonbeam brush. The standard remedies won't work because they're fighting the symptom, not the cause. The cause isn't in your throat, Pippin. It's in your funny bone. My funny bone? Pippin asked, bewildered. Metaphorically speaking, Alara said with a kind smile. Your hiccups are a sign that your sense of whimsy is all bunched up. You've been taking your tea service too seriously. You need a good, proper, sides-aching laugh. A laugh so deep it would scare the hiccups right away. But how does one schedule a laugh like that? Pippin wondered. It seems rather spontaneous. We don't schedule it, Alara said, her eyes twinkling. We paint it, or rather we stage it. Finnegan, your flock, if you please. Pippin, you just lie down right here and look at the sky. Pippin settled his large, lavender bulk onto the soft, cinnamon-scented floor of the inside-out forest. Finnegan lifted his flute to his lips and began to play a tune that was all bouncy rhythms and silly, sliding notes. It was a tune that made your toes tap and your nose twitch. In response, his cloud flock began to drift together above Pippin. They swirled and merged, and under the guidance of Finnegan's playful melody, they began to take shape. First they formed the image of a teapot, but a teapot with legs, which began to tap dance. Clickety-clack, pitter-pat went the cloud feet, a silent, fluffy rhythm in the sky. Then the teapot dissolved and reformed into a flock of sheep, but these sheep were wearing tiny, comical hats and were being chased by a cloud in the shape of a determined, waddling badger. Hick Pippin felt one building. He braced himself. But then Alara went to work. With her brushes of moonbeam, she didn't paint on a tree. She painted on the air. She added details to Finnegan's cloud show. She painted a tiny, grumpy expression on the badger. She painted a tiny monocle on the laid sheep. She painted a little trail of cartoonish dust clouds behind the chase. Pippin's worried expression began to soften. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then Finnegan's music took a turn. The clouds swirled into the shape of Pippin himself, a fluffy, lavender cloud dragon. The cloud Pippin tried to pour tea from a cloud teapot, but instead of tea, a tiny, perfect rainbow poured out. The rainbow, having nowhere to go, looped the loop and tickled the cloud dragon under his chin. The cloud Pippin wiggled and jiggled, a silent, jolly dance of mirth. The real Pippin, watching his fluffy doppelganger get bested by a rainbow, let out a small chuckle. It was a rusty sound, like a seldom-used bell. Encouraged, Finnegan and Alara doubled their efforts. The cloud Pippin now began to hiccup. With every hic, a tiny, fluffy cloud teacup would pop into existence above its head, only to be snatched away by a mischievous cloud sparrow. The scene repeated faster and faster, hic-snatch, until the cloud Pippin was surrounded by a whirlwind of sparrows and teacups, a silent, chaotic ballet of absurdity. Pippin couldn't hold it in any longer. A great, rumbling laugh started deep in his belly. It rolled up through his chest, a warm, joyful wave that shook his scales and made his wings tremble. It was a laugh that sounded like a whole crate of bells falling down a musical staircase. It was a laugh that echoed through the inside-out forest, making the trees shiver with delight. He laughed until tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. He laughed until he had to hold his sides. He laughed at the sheer, wonderful silliness of it all, a hiccuping cloud dragon, a dancing teapot, a badger in a hat, and the fact that he, a serious tea-shop owner, was lying on the ground in an inside-out forest being cured by a cloud shepherd and a dream painter. And when the great, glorious laugh had finally subsided, leaving him breathless and happy, he realized something. The air was quiet. No hic. No clink. No bawing or whoosh. The hiccups were gone. They had been laughed right out of him, scared away by the overwhelming force of pure, unadulterated joy. Oh, Pippin sighed, a contented smile spreading across his face. Oh my. Alara put away her brushes. Finnegan ended his tune with a cheerful, sliding note, and the cloud flock drifted apart, returning to their simple, fluffy shapes. You see, Alara said softly, sometimes the most complicated problems have the simplest solutions. You just needed to find your laugh. Pippin got to his feet, feeling lighter than he had in days. I am in your debt, he said, his heart feeling as warm and cozy as a sun-drenched windowsill. Nonsense, Finnegan said. What are friends for if not to conduct silly symphonies in your hour of need? And so the dragon, the cloud shepherd, and the dream painter shared a quiet moment in the gentle twilight of the inside-out forest, surrounded by the scent of cinnamon and the soft rustle of storybook leaves. Pippin returned to his upside-down tea shop, not with a grand potion or a powerful spell, but with a rediscovered chuckle in his heart and a promise to himself to never let his whimsy get so bunched up again. And if you listen very closely on a quiet night when the world is still and the moon is high, you might just hear, from a certain valley with backwards rivers, the faint, happy clinking of a dragon arranging his teacups, punctuated not by hiccups, but by the occasional, contented, and deeply silly giggle. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed, it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. Ahem, Bartholomew Q. Mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire. He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. Courage, whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. Fascinating, the needle hasn't wavered. Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello. So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, hello. A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. Oh dear, murmured Bartholomew. A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament. The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14 3/4 inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. It's all right, Leo whispered into the well. You can hop in, we'll bring you up. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. You see, she purred. You had all you needed already. Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, He heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmering moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry. What troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song. Its light is fading. It feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. But why? Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell. It is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic. The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal, ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left. The watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the meadow. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent, and it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alistair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alistair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alistair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alistair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alistair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. "Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness," Alistair murmured. "They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark." Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alistair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. Listen to the water, he instructed. It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go. Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alistair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. Place your forehead against the stone, the owl said softly. The stones remember, they hold the memories of the forest. Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alistair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alistair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary, it is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alistair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release, like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alistair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. "Remember this night, little one. Whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace." The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alistair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations' sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it. Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief. It was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellation's sigh." Perhaps the constellation's sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clockmender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the Heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart was as tender as the first spring leaf, and whose thoughts ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Rowan felt more than knew that something within them was shifting, a quiet rustling of the soul that was both thrilling and unnerving. It began subtly. On mornings when Rowan woke feeling particularly uncertain, a delicate, silvery moss would appear along their fingertips, soft and cool to the touch. When a moment of quiet joy settled in their chest, the air around them would smell faintly of rain-kissed violets. Their small cottage stood at the edge of the whispering woods, and it was in its garden that the most remarkable changes occurred. This was no ordinary garden. It was a reflection of Rowan's inner world. When Rowan felt small and confused, the garden grew tangled with shy, closed-up buds and vines that clung too tightly. But on days when a spark of courage was found, a new, unknown flower would unfurl its petals, blushing with a color never before seen. One such afternoon, as Rowan sat on a worn wooden bench, worrying a loose thread on their sleeve, they noticed the garden looked particularly forlorn. The colors were muted, shades of gray and melancholy blue, and the flowers drooped as if holding a great sadness. Rowan sighed, a soft sound that was carried away by the gentle breeze. It was then that a figure emerged from the dappled shadows of the woods. It was an old woman, her back slightly bent, her face a road map of kindly laughter lines. Her eyes held the deep, steady green of the forest itself, and in her hands she carried a basket woven from willow reeds. "A fine day for wandering," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages in an old, beloved book. She did not introduce herself, nor did she need to. Rowan felt an immediate sense of calm in her presence. "My garden," Rowan murmured, gesturing to the sorrowful blooms. "It doesn't seem to know what it wants to be." The old woman smiled, a slow sunrise of an expression. "All gardens are just dreams waiting to be tended, and all dreams need a little patience." She settled onto the bench beside Rowan and opened her basket. Inside were not tools or seeds, but small, smooth stones, a feather the color of moonlight, and a spool of thread that shimmered like a spider's web in the dawn. "Change," the old woman said, selecting a stone, "is not a storm that breaks you. It is a season that turns you slowly, surely. You cannot rush the opening of a petal, nor can you hurry the hardening of a cocoon." She placed the smooth stone in Rowan's palm. It was warm. "This is for the days you feel too solid, too heavy. Hold it, and remember that even mountains are worn smooth by time and tenderness." From that day on, the old woman would appear at just the right moments. She was never there when Rowan desperately looked for her, but always present when Rowan had nearly forgotten to look at all. She became a quiet mentor, a guide not by instruction, but by gentle questioning and the offering of small, symbolic gifts. Under her subtle guidance, Rowan began to pay closer attention to the small victories. One morning, after managing to speak a kind truth that was difficult to say, a cascade of golden honeysuckle tumbled over the garden wall, its sweet scent a reward for bravery. The old woman appeared that evening and tucked the moon-colored feather behind Rowan's ear. "For lightness," she whispered, "to remind you that honest words are never a burden." Another time, Rowan spent an entire afternoon patiently untangling a knot of stubborn ivy that had choked a rose bush. It was tedious, frustrating work, but Rowan persisted, their fingers working with a gentle determination. When the last tendril was loosened and the rose bush breathed free, a single perfect rose bloomed, its petals the color of deep, understanding amethyst. That night the old woman gifted Rowan the spool of shimmering thread. "For connection," she said, "to weave the parts of yourself together." As the seasons turned, Rowan's inner changes began to manifest more beautifully. When they learned to forgive a small hurt they'd been carrying, their hair began to gleam with strands of what looked like spun sunlight. When they discovered a hidden talent for mending broken things, a soft, golden light would glow gently from their palms, not to fix but to soothe. The garden, in response, became a breathtaking tapestry of evolving life. Flowers changed color with Rowan's shifting understanding. A blossom might be shy pink in the morning and a confident cerulean by afternoon. The very air hummed with a quiet, magical music that corresponded to the rhythm of Rowan's heartbeat. The old woman watched it all with her serene, green eyes. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves began to blush and let go, she found Rowan staring at a large, silken cocoon attached to a low-hanging branch of the apple tree. It had been there for weeks, a silent, patient mystery. "I don't know what's inside," Rowan said, their voice tinged with both anxiety and excitement. What if it's not ready? What if it never opens? The old woman placed a comforting hand on Rowan's shoulder. The caterpillar does not know it will become a butterfly. It only knows the work of the cocoon, the quiet, dark patience of becoming. Trust the process, dear one. The most beautiful transformations happen in the dark, where no one is watching. This lesson settled deep within Rowan, a seed of patience planted in fertile soil. They stopped anxiously checking the cocoon every day. Instead, they tended to the garden, to themselves, with a new kind of faith. They watered the plants not with expectation, but with love. They greeted their own strange, magical changes, the mossy fingertips, the glowing palms, the sun-streaked hair, not as oddities, but as parts of a whole they were still learning. The first frost came, painting the world in a delicate lace of white. The garden slept, but it was a vibrant, dreaming sleep, the colors of the flowers merely muted beneath the crystalline blanket. Rowan stood in the quiet, their breath puffing in the cold air, feeling a strange sense of peace. The great swirling uncertainty inside had settled into a calm, deep river, flowing steadily towards an unknown, but welcoming sea. On the morning of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, Rowan woke with a feeling of profound stillness. They walked into the garden, their feet leaving soft prints in the frost. And there, on the apple tree branch, the cocoon was trembling. Rowan stood, heart pounding a gentle rhythm against their ribs, and watched. There was no rushing it. The struggle was part of the process, a necessary strength being built wing by wing. Then a small tear appeared. A delicate, trembling leg emerged, then another. Slowly, wonderfully, a creature emerged into the winter sun. It was not a butterfly nor a moth, but something entirely new. Its wings were the color of twilight, dusted with specks of gold that shimmered like distant stars. Its body was soft and velvety, and its eyes held the same ancient, knowing green as the old woman's. It perched on the edge of the empty cocoon, pumping its wings slowly, letting them dry and harden in the pale light. A sense of completion, warm and whole, filled Rowan. They understood. The cocoon was not just on the tree, it had been inside them all along. They had been the patient caterpillar, the quiet chrysalis, and now they were this new, beautiful creature, ready for a different kind of flight. As if summoned by the thought, the old woman stepped into the garden. She looked at the star-winged creature, then at Rowan, and her smile was one of pure, unadulterated joy. "The garden is in full bloom," she said softly. Rowan looked around. Despite the frost, the garden was radiant. Flowers in colors without names nodded in the breeze, their fragrances weaving a complex and lovely song. The silvery moss on the cottage stones gleamed, and the air was warm with an inner light. "It is," Rowan agreed, their voice steady and clear. "But it feels like a beginning." The old woman nodded. "Every ending is a seed for a new beginning. You have learned to tend your own garden, Rowan. You have learned that change is not to be feared, but to be welcomed as a kind of magic. You have learned to be your own mentor, your own gentle guide." She reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out one last gift. It was a small, plain pouch made of brown cloth. "Seeds," she said, placing it in Rowan's hand. "For the next garden, wherever you may find it." Rowan clutched the pouch, feeling the tiny, promise-filled shapes within. They looked at the old woman, this constant, gentle presence through their metamorphosis, and felt a surge of gratitude so profound it brought tears to their eyes. The tears that fell onto the frost-kissed soil did not freeze. Instead, tiny luminous sprouts pushed their way up, glowing with a soft, internal light. "Thank you," Rowan whispered. The old woman simply smiled, her form beginning to blur at the edges, as if she were made of morning mist. The teacher becomes the student, and the student becomes the teacher. The story is a circle, never truly ending. And with that, she faded away, leaving behind only the scent of old books and damp earth. Rowan was alone, but not lonely. They stood in their vibrant, winter-defying garden, the star-winged creature now fluttering to rest on their shoulder. They looked out towards the sleeping mountains, towards the vast, unknown world, holding the pouch of seeds tightly. The great transformation was complete, but it was not an end. It was the opening of a new chapter, the first step on a path they were now ready to walk. The cocoon was empty, the seed was planted, and Rowan, full of a quiet, humming light, was ready to bloom. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village known as Starlit Hollow. It was a place where the ordinary and the magical wove together like threads in a well-loved quilt. The village was famous for its Starfall Festival, an annual celebration when the constellations seemed to dip low enough to brush the rooftops, sprinkling the air with silvery dust. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. It began with the stars themselves. Not all of them, mind you, just a handful from the constellation called the Silver Lyre, which usually hung directly above the village square. One by one they began to fade, as though a great, gentle thumb were smudging them from the sky. The villagers noticed, of course. How could they not? The night sky was their oldest friend, their compass, their storybook. Our protagonist, a young woman named Anya, was the village stargazer. She spent her evenings perched in the observatory tower, a cozy round room with a domed glass ceiling, surrounded by star charts, telescopes, and well-worn books of astronomy and folklore. Anya had a quiet way about her, a habit of listening not just with her ears, but with her whole heart. She noticed things others missed, the way the dew settled differently on certain petals, the particular rhythm of the grandfather clock in the square before a rainfall, the hidden meanings in the old nursery, rhymes the grandmothers sang to the children. When the first star began to dim, Anya felt a subtle shift in the night, like a single note falling silent in a familiar song. She mentioned it to the village clockmaker, whose great brass timepiece marked the hours with soft, melodic chimes. He adjusted his spectacles and murmured, "Perhaps the stars are simply tired, my dear. Even they must rest sometime." But then another star faded, and another. The night grew darker in patches, and a soft, collective worry settled over Starlit Hollow. The mayor, a practical man with a kind heart, called a meeting in the town hall. The room was filled with the scent of beeswax candles, and the sound of gentle rain beginning to tap against the stained glass windows. "We cannot have a Starfall festival without the stars," the mayor said, his voice tinged with concern. "Does anyone have any notion of what might be happening?" Suggestions floated through the room like dandelion seeds. Old Finn, the gardener, thought perhaps the flowers were stealing the starlight. His midnight blue lupines had begun to shimmer with an unusual silver glow. Madame Rosalie, the baker, wondered if her new cinnamon star cookies, which she'd been baking in greater and greater quantities, were somehow to blame. She'd noticed that if she left them out on the windowsill, they seemed to gleam with a light of their own. Anya listened to each theory with patience, her eyes soft and thoughtful. She didn't believe the flowers or the cookies were at fault, but she tucked each idea away in her mind like a precious stone. That night, as the rain whispered against her observatory dome, she pored over her star charts. One of them was particularly old, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like moth wings. In the margins, someone long ago had scribbled a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the lyre strings go slack and dim, seek the key where light grows slim. Follow the path the rainbows omit, where silent chimes in shadow sit. Turn the clock's hands to the moon, and mend the stars' forgotten tune." Anya read the words aloud, her voice barely a whisper. The rhyme felt like a clue, a message from the past, waiting for the right moment to be understood. The next morning, she decided to follow its guidance. Her first step was to seek the key where light grows slim. She thought of the places in Starlit Hollow where light was scarce, The narrow alley between the library and the town hall, the covered bridge over the creek, the old stone cellar beneath the schoolhouse. She visited each one, her footsteps quiet on the cobblestones. In the cellar, she found nothing but preserved jars of peach jam and a family of sleepy hedgehogs. Under the bridge, she discovered a nest of river stones worn smooth as glass, but no key. It was in the alley, where the sun only reached for a brief hour at midday, that she noticed something odd. The rain from the previous night had left puddles along the cobblestones, and in one particular puddle, a tiny, star-shaped reflection shimmered, though the sky above was blank. Anya knelt, her fingers brushing the cold water. There, nestled between two stones, was a small, tarnished silver key. It was no larger than her thumb, but it hummed with a faint, warm energy. Puzzled but hopeful, she moved to the next line of the rhyme. Follow the path the rainbows omit. Rainbows, she knew, were born from sunlight and rain, but they always arched away from shadow. So she looked for a place where a rainbow would never appear, somewhere too sheltered, too shaded. She thought of the sunken garden, a beautiful little park tucked behind a high hedge, where the sunlight fell in dappled patches, but never quite formed a full arc. The garden was old Finn's pride, filled with flowers that changed color with the time of day, pink at dawn, gold at noon, and violet at dusk. As she entered the garden, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Old Finn was there, trimming a rosebush with hands as gnarled and gentle as tree roots. Looking for something, Anya? He asked, his eyes twinkling. Maybe, she said with a smile. I'm following a path the rainbows omit. Finn chuckled. Well, you've come to the right place. Rainbows avoid this spot, too many trees, too much hedge, but we've our own colors here. He gestured to a bed of flowers that were currently shifting from pale blue to a deep, twilight purple. Strange, though, these ones haven't been changing right lately. They get stuck sometimes, like a clock that needs winding. Anya's ears pricked at the word clock. The rhyme mentioned turning the clock's hands to the moon. She thanked Finn and continued through the garden, her eyes scanning the shadows. Beneath an ancient oak tree, half hidden by ferns, she found a small, moss-covered pedestal. On it sat a circle of silver wind chimes, perfectly still. They were the silent chimes in shadow from the rhyme. And dangling from the center was a tiny keyhole. Her heart beat a little faster as she fit the silver key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The wind chimes trembled, though there was no breeze, and let out a single, clear note that hung in the air like a dewdrop. Then, from the base of the pedestal, a hidden drawer slid open. Inside lay an old, folded map. The map was drawn in delicate ink, showing Starlit Hollow and the surrounding woods, but with one curious difference. All the streams and rivers flowed backward, from the sea to the mountains. Anya realized this was no ordinary map. It was a guide to a place where time itself might flow differently. One spot was marked with a small, star-shaped symbol, the glimmerwood, a part of the forest where the trees were said to hold starlight in their bark. But just as she was about to set out for the glimmerwood, a red herring appeared, or so it seemed. Madame Rosalie came hurrying into the garden, her apron dusted with flour. Anya, you must come to the bakery at once. I've just taken a batch of cinnamon star cookies from the oven, and well, you have to see for yourself. Curious, Anya followed her to the little bakery, where the warm, spicy scent of cinnamon filled the air. On the cooling rack, a dozen cookies lay gleaming, not with the dull glow she'd seen before, but with a brilliant, steady light. They've never shone like this, Madame Rosalie whispered, her eyes wide. Do you think, could they be stealing the starlight after all? Anya picked up a cookie. It was warm and fragrant, and it pulsed gently in her hand, like a tiny heartbeat. She felt a sudden, deep certainty that this was not a theft, but a gift. The cookies weren't taking the starlight, they were storing it, holding it safe. But why? And for whom? She decided to take one of the glowing cookies with her as she followed the backward map into the whispering woods. The path was soft with pine needles, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes from the village. Deeper she went until she reached the Glimmerwood. Here the trees truly did seem to hold light. Their bark was etched with silvery veins that shimmered even in the shade. In the center of the Glimmerwood stood a strange and beautiful sight, a stone clock tower, ancient and overgrown with ivy. Its face had no numbers, only phases of the moon, and its hands were frozen. This, she knew, was the clock from the rhyme. According to the map, this was where time flowed backward, and indeed, as she watched, a fallen leaf lifted from the ground and spiraled back to its branch. Remembering the rhyme turned the clock's hands to the moon, she reached for the giant hands of the clock. They were cold and heavy, but with all her strength, she moved them until both pointed to the symbol of the full moon. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the woods, and for a moment everything seemed to hold its breath. Then, from between the roots of the oldest tree in the Glimmerwood, a small, shy creature emerged. It was a starling, but not like any bird Anya had ever seen. Its feathers were the color of the night sky, dotted with tiny, glowing specks like stars. It looked at her with eyes that held the light of distant galaxies. The starling hopped closer, and Anya understood. This little being was a starlight keeper, a magical guardian who tended the stars in the sky. But it was lonely, the last of its kind. It had been gathering the fading starlight and storing it in places where it would be safe and appreciated, in the glowing flowers, in the shiny cookies, even in the reflections in the alley puddles. It hadn't meant to cause worry, it only wanted to share the beauty of the stars with the world below, to feel a little less alone. Anya knelt, her heart swelling with empathy. She held out the glowing cookie. The starling pecked at it gently, and as it did, the light from the cookie flowed into the bird's feathers, making them shine even brighter. Then with a soft, melodic chirp, the starling fluttered up to the highest branch of the tree and began to sing. Its song was like nothing Anya had ever heard, a tune made of moonlight and memory. As it sang, the faded stars in the Silver Lyre constellation began to pulse back to life, one by one, until the whole lyre gleamed brighter than ever before. The starlight spilled down over Starlight Hollow, painting the village in shades of silver and blue. Anya returned to the village just as the Starfall Festival was beginning. The square was filled with laughter and music, and the air was sweet with the smell of cinnamon and night-blooming flowers. She gathered everyone together and told them the story of the lonely starlight keeper, of the backward map and the silent chimes, of the glowing cookies and the color-changing flowers. The villagers listened, their faces soft in the starlight. Madame Rosalie promised to bake an extra batch of cinnamon star cookies each week and leave them in the Glimmerwood for the little bird. Old Finn decided to plant a new garden, a starlight garden, filled with flowers that would bloom only at night to keep the starling company. And the mayor declared that from then on, the Starfall Festival would include a new tradition, a quiet hour of stargazing and storytelling, where everyone would remember that even the stars sometimes needed a friend. That night, as Anya sat in her observatory, watching the fully restored silver lyre gleam above, she heard a soft tap at the window. There on the ledge sat the starling, its feathers shimmering. It left a single, glowing feather behind before flying off into the night. Anya placed the feather beside her star charts, a reminder that some mysteries are solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, observation, and a kind heart. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping its rhythm on the glass, and the clock tower chimed the hour with its soft, melodic notes, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, wrapped in the light of the stars they had helped to mend, dreaming of silver keys and silent chimes, and the friendly little bird who kept the night sky bright. Deep within the heart of the world, nestled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elderglow. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely illuminate, It wove itself into the very fabric of existence, stitching silver threads through the canopy and painting the forest floor with pools of liquid mercury. The air hummed with a soft, magical resonance, a song older than time itself, sung by the collective soul of the trees, the streams, and the stones. On this particular night, the air was cool and carried the sweet, damp scent of petrichor, a promise of rain yet to fall. A young fox, whom the forest called linden for his reddish-brown coat, the color of autumn leaves, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His heart, usually as light as a dandelion seed, felt heavy and tangled. The great slumber, the forest's long, quiet winter, was approaching, and Linden fought against the very idea. He loved the bustling activity of the warmer seasons, the chatter of diurnal creatures, the vibrant blooms, the sun-warmed earth. The thought of the world growing silent and still, of retreating to his den for months on end, filled him with a restless dread. The clearing was one of the forest's most sacred spaces. At its center stood a monolithic, moss-covered stone that pulsed with a faint, internal warmth. Glimmermoss, a bioluminescent wonder, clung to the ancient oaks and beeches, casting a soft, blue-green light that danced with the silver of the moonbeams. Fireflies, like living constellations, drifted lazily through the air, their blinking patterns a silent, friendly conversation. The gentle shhhhh of the wind moving through the pine needles overhead was a constant, soothing whisper. "Your thoughts are loud tonight, little one," a voice murmured, not in words, but in the language of the forest itself. It was a sound like smooth river stones tumbling over one another, layered with the rustle of parchment-dry leaves. It was Arion, the great horned owl, emerging from the deep shadows of a grandfather's cedar. His feathers were the color of night and bark, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of countless cycles. He was not the forest's ruler, but its rememberer, its guide. Linden sighed, the sound lost in the gentle babble of a nearby stream that chuckled over polished pebbles. "I don't understand the slumber, Arion," he confessed, his own thoughts forming images of bleak, silent snow and an aching emptiness. "Why must everything stop? Why must we hide away and forget the light?" Arion blinked slowly. "Come," his thought voice invited. "Walk with me. The forest has answers for those who listen not with their ears, but with their souls." Together, they moved from the clearing into the deeper woods. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly under Linden's paws, a satisfying, rhythmic crinkle-crunch, crinkle-crunch. Above, the canopy was so thick it filtered the moonlight into an intricate lacework of shadows on the ground. They passed a family of raccoons, their masked faces serene as they washed moonberries in a tiny, spring-fed pool. The plink-plink of the water droplets was a delicate, percussive music. The raccoons nodded respectfully to Arion, their silent greeting a wave of gentle, curious energy. "Listen to the stream," Arion prompted as they walked alongside it. Linden paused. At first he heard only the pleasant, constant gurgle and splash. But as he stilled his own troubled thoughts, he began to hear more. The water wasn't just making noise, it was speaking. It told stories of the high mountain snowmelt, of the secrets it had carried from the peaks, of the thirst it had quenched in the roots of the thirsty trees. Its song was one of perpetual journey, of constant renewal. "The stream does not stop when the cold comes," Arion's thought voice wove through the water's melody. "It simply moves slower, singing a deeper, quieter song beneath the ice. It is not forgetting, it is remembering its own strength." Further on they came to a grove of ancient, slumbering sentinels, the weeping willows. Their long, trailing branches swept the forest floor, and as the night breeze stirred them they released a soft, sighing whisper, a collective sound like a distant rainfall. Arion gestured for Linden to place his paw upon the gnarled trunk of the eldest. Linden did so, and a flood of sensation washed over him. It was not a voice but a feeling, a deep, resonant knowledge of time. He felt the tree's countless seasons, the joyful stretch toward the summer sun, the patient, powerful drawing in during the autumn, and the profound, dream-filled peace of winter. The tree was not dead in its rest. It was dreaming the forest back to life, its roots holding the blueprint of spring deep within the frozen earth. The gentle creak of its massive boughs was a lullaby of immense patience. The trees speak the language of cycles, Arian explained. They teach us that to rest is not to be useless. It is to gather strength, to dream, to prepare. The most vibrant blooms are born from the quietest bulbs. A soft rain began to fall, first as a whisper against the leaves, pitter-patter, then as a steady, gentle shower. The sound was a natural ASMR symphony, layering over the stream's babble and the wind's sigh. The raindrops kissed the glimmer moss, making it shine even brighter, and beaded on the spiderwebs like necklaces of liquid diamonds. Linden and Arian took shelter under the generous boughs of a giant fir tree, its needles creating a dry, fragrant sanctuary. The scent of wet earth and pine resin filled the air, deeply calming. As the rain tapered to a drizzle, they emerged into another, smaller clearing. This one was breathtaking. The entire floor was covered in a carpet of starflowers, tiny white blossoms that, when touched by moonlight, glowed with their own ethereal, silvery bioluminescence. It was as if a piece of the night sky had fallen to the earth. In the center of this floral constellation grew a single, magnificent lunablossom, its petals the color of moonlight, its center a swirling vortex of soft, pulsing light. "This is the heart of the slumber," Arian said, his thought voice filled with reverence. "It does not bloom in the frenzy of summer or the abundance of autumn. It only opens when the world begins to quiet, when the forest turns its attention inward. Its light is the light of dreams and potential." Linden stared, mesmerized. The Luna blossom seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat. He finally understood. The great slumber wasn't an ending. It wasn't an emptiness. It was a different kind of fullness. It was the stream slowing to remember its source. It was the tree dreaming of leaves. It was the quiet necessary for a new song to be composed. The tension in his chest, the resistance to the coming quiet, began to unravel, replaced by a warm, gentle acceptance. The subtle, natural sounds of the forest seemed to amplify in this newfound peace. The drip, drip, drip of rainwater from leaf to leaf, the distant hoot of another owl, a friend of Arian's, the almost imperceptible rustle-scuttle of a beetle moving under the blanket of leaves. They were not sounds of absence, but of a different, more profound presence. He looked at Arian, his eyes now clear and calm. "It's not a time of hiding," Linden thought, the realization blooming within him like the Luna blossom itself. "It's a time of listening." Arian dipped his great head, a gesture of profound approval. "Yes, little one, to listen to the dreams of the seeds, to the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth, and to the quiet wisdom of your own soul. That is the magic of the slumber." Together they sat in the starlit, flower-lit clearing until the moon began its slow descent, and the first hint of pearl-gray light touched the eastern horizon. The nocturnal creatures began to retreat, their work of wisdom-sharing done for the night, their gentle energies settling back into the moss and the shadows. Linden returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a friendly oak. As he curled up on his bed of dried fern and soft moss, he no longer felt dread. He felt a quiet excitement. He listened to the forest settling into its daytime quiet, a mirror of the greater quiet to come. The wind sighed through the leaves one last time, a gentle sh-sh-sh-sh-sh-sh that was no longer a warning, but a lullaby. He closed his eyes, the images of the silver moonbeams, the chattering stream, the dreaming trees, and the glowing Luna blossom painted on the back of his eyelids. The great slumber was coming, and for the first time Linden understood it not as an end, but as a beautiful, necessary, and magical beginning held in trust within the deep, quiet heart of the ancient forest of Elderglow. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, already dreaming of the spring to come. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch." Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. No, Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. "The balance is restored," the guardian said. "Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again." Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star nettle's glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small, woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. But things aren't right, Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the vale's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. Their inscription says, "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help. Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map. He looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly. And for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. Find the light, he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths." Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. To remind you. Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. I'll treasure it. He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the veil's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home." But his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song, but the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled, I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together, The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. Their effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. it wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart-pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light. Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze. Deeper in the Valewood they faced the shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. Friendship, Pip chirped through chattering teeth, is a good shield against the cold. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The shadow can drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. You see me, it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. I only wanted to be near something warm, Frost whispered. But my touch brings frost. Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. I'm so tired of being cold. Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. Let's share our warmth. Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft, internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. Thank you for seeing me. Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember. Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. In the velvet of space, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on a tapestry of deepest indigo, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. It was a place the star charts had overlooked, a little haven of tranquility far from the bustling space lanes. And upon this moon, nestled within a crater that cupped it like a protective palm, was a garden. This was no ordinary garden. It was the shared sanctuary of two beings from worlds so distant from one another that their sons would have been strangers. The first was a creature from the crystalline world of Xylos. His name was Kaelen, and his body was composed of shifting, translucent plates that caught the light of the twin moons and fractured it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He did not speak in words, but in color. A soft, pulsing amber meant contentment. A flicker of cerulean blue was a question. A warm, steady glow of rose pink was his laughter. He communicated his entire world through this silent, luminous symphony. The second was a being from the gaseous world of Etheria. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of soft light and softer sound. Her form was nebulous, a gentle, humanoid-shaped constellation of swirling pastel hues that shifted with her mood. She spoke in harmonies, a delicate whisper-soft hum of curiosity, a resonant chord of joy, a minor key melody of sorrow. Her very presence was a lullaby. Their meeting had been one of cosmic chance. Kaelen's small exploratory pod had malfunctioned, its guidance systems charmed by the moon's strange, gentle magnetic field. Lyra, a solitary surveyor of nebulae, had been drawn by the same quiet power. They had found each other not with alarms or weapons, but with a tentative, shared wonder. Kaelen had flashed a pale, questioning silver. Lyra had answered with a chime like a distant bell. Their shared shelter was the heart of the garden. It was a grotto formed from living crystal that grew from the moon's very soil. The walls were not cold and hard, but warm to the touch, thrumming with a low, peaceful energy. They had cultivated the space together. Kaelen, with his delicate, crystalline fingers, had coaxed forth phosphorescent fungi that clung to the ceiling, casting a soft, mushroom light over everything. Lyra, with her ethereal touch, had nurtured floating seed pods that released gentle chimes when the air currents shifted, filling the grotto with a constant, quiet music. In the center was a small pool of impossibly clear water, which reflected not just the grotto's light, but the star field above, so that to sit beside it was to be suspended between two heavens. Their days were a dance of discovery, filled with misunderstandings that were never frightening, only endearing. One afternoon, Kaelen was meticulously arranging smooth, black stones around a new patch of starlight moss. He worked with a quiet focus, his plates shifting to a steady, emerald green of concentration. Lyra, wanting to help, drifted over and began to hum a complex, beautiful melody, a traditional Etherian song of growth. To her, this was the most helpful thing she could do. Her music was meant to encourage life. But to Kaelen, the sudden, intricate harmony was a distraction. On Xylos, deep focus was a communal silence, a shared wavelength of thought. This beautiful noise felt like someone was shining a bright, chaotic light in his eyes while he was trying to read. His plates flickered with a confused, sputtering orange. Lyra saw the orange, and her melody faltered. Orange, to her, was the color of a dying star's final flare, a sign of distress and endings. A sad, warbling note escaped her. Had she heard him? Seeing her light dim and her music turn sorrowful, Kaelen understood the misunderstanding. He quickly pulsed a soft, reassuring gold, the color of a Xylosian sunrise of all is well. Then he slowly, deliberately, picked up one of the black stones and held it out to her. He flashed a simple, patient green, then pointed to the moss, and then back to the stone. Lyra's form brightened. She understood. He needed quiet hands, not a singing heart. She reached out with a wisp of light and took the stone, her form chiming a single, clear note of apology and understanding. They spent the rest of the afternoon working in a new kind of harmony, Kaelen arranging in colorful silence, Lyra placing stones with soft, chiming precision. They had learned that her help and his focus were just different words for the same caring intention. Another time, Kaelen had prepared what he thought was a grand feast. He had gathered the most radiant, multi-hued minerals he could find, arranging them on a broad, flat leaf in a stunning mosaic of color. To him, this was a celebration of beauty and friendship, a meal for the senses. Lyra had drifted over, her form swirling with happy, eager pinks and yellows. But when she saw the offering, her light flickered in confusion. She hummed a questioning scale. On Etheria, sustenance was drawn from light and sound. These beautiful, inedible crystals were like being offered a painting to eat. Kaelen, seeing her confusion, flashed a mortified violet. He had offered his greatest treasure, and it was useless to her. For a moment, his light dimmed almost to gray. But then Lyra understood. This wasn't about food. This was a gift. It was his way of saying, "You are beautiful to me." Her entire being swelled with a warm, rose-gold light, and she began to hum the most grateful, loving melody she knew, the symphony of a grateful heart. She didn't touch the minerals. Instead, she floated around the display, her music causing the crystals to vibrate and chime in sympathy, turning his static art into a living, singing performance. Kaelen's plates ignited in a brilliant, joyful crimson, the color of deep appreciation. They had learned that the greatest gifts are not what you need, but what the other wishes to give. Their favorite time was the quiet hour when the moon's rotation brought a perfect, unobstructed view of the silken nebula. They would sit side by side on a smooth, warm crystal bench at the edge of their pool, watching the cosmic clouds of violet and gold swirl in their eternal slow-motion dance. There were no colors flashed, no melodies hummed. In these moments they communicated in something purer, a shared, empathic quiet. Kaelen would let his mind grow still, projecting not specific colors, but a general feeling of warmth and safety, a deep, wordless contentment that seeped into the very air around them. Lyra would respond not with song, but by letting her light pulse in time with his feeling, a gentle, rhythmic glow that mirrored the peace in his heart. They would watch the stars being born in the nebula's heart and feel the vast, quiet friendship of the universe itself holding them. One evening, as they watched, a particularly bright star in a distant cluster began to flicker erratically. To Kaelen, it was a fascinating light show, a puzzle of physics. His plates shimmered with curious, analytical silver and blue. But Lyra grew still. Her light, usually so fluid, seemed to solidify into a somber, steady amethyst. A single pure, mournful note hung in the air, so full of sorrow it made the crystal walls of their grotto vibrate in sympathy. Kaelen turned, his own light dimming with concern. He pulsed a soft, questioning gold. Lyra didn't respond with a complex explanation. She simply let the feeling flow from her, a deep, ancestral grief. On Etheria, such a flicker was the death song of a star, an event mourned across their entire species. It was a loss of light, of music, of an ancient companion in the dark. Kaelen received this wave of empathy, and his analytical colors vanished, replaced by a deep, compassionate violet. He didn't see a dying star, he saw his friend's sorrow. Slowly, he reached out a crystalline hand. Lyra, her form still heavy with sadness, extended a wisp of light to meet it. Where they touched, there was no solidity, only a sensation of warmth and understanding. Then Kaelen had an idea. He focused, and from his core he began to pulse not a single color, but a slow, repeating sequence. It was the same sequence of colors he had seen the star emit in its final moments, a brilliant white, a deep red, a flash of gold. He was replaying its last dance. But he was infusing each color with a new feeling, not an ending, but a tribute. The white was a memory of its brilliance, the red a celebration of its long life, the gold a promise that its light would travel on forever. Lyra watched, her amethyst glow softening. She understood. He was not dismissing her grief, he was sharing it and transforming it. He was showing her that an ending could also be beautiful. A new harmony rose from her, not mournful but grateful, a lullaby for a sleeping giant. Together they sat, one painting the star's story in light, the other singing its soul to rest, their shared shelter a tiny cathedral of comfort in the immense, silent night. The star finally winked out, leaving a tiny, dark patch in the tapestry. But in the grotto there was no darkness. Kaelen glowed with a soft, steady light, the color of enduring friendship. Lyra hummed a quiet, peaceful melody, the sound of a heart that has been understood. The gap between their worlds, their languages, their very natures, had been bridged once again, not by technology or force, but by the simple, universal language of a kindness that asked for nothing and gave everything. And in their cozy crystalline cave, with the chime seeds singing softly and the star-filled pool shimmering below, two friends from different suns watched the universe together and found it was a little less lonely and infinitely more kind. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses in old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe, unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. the world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hair conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hair nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hair, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hair met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. the dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gleesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different. a questioning, grateful trip. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly. The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening, the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberholt, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberholt, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. He saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberholt was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberholt depended on a song that needed to be played on the heartstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The heartstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberholt. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberholt, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberholt with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the Heartstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. It would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberholt. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the Heartstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberholt. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The Heartstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the Heartstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the Heartstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then, bravely, the dormant Heartstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the Heartstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the Heartstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then, from beyond the chamber, they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the emberholt synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the emberholt were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. He would always be a friend of the emberholt. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the emberholt's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the Heartstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kaelen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kaelen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kaelen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kaelen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kaelen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kaelen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest that breathed with magic. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the trees conversed in rustling sighs, the streams hummed ancient melodies, and the stones held memories deep within their mossy surfaces. As twilight deepened into velvety night, the forest awakened with a gentle pulse of life, a rhythm known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. Our story begins with a young, wide-eyed hare named Thistle, whose fur was the color of dried lavender and whose ears twitched at the faintest whisper of magic. Thistle often found himself restless when the moon rose high, his heart yearning for something he couldn't name. On this particular evening, as a soft rain began to patter upon the broad leaves of ferns, he noticed something extraordinary, a path of glowing mushrooms, their caps emitting a soft, blue-green light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Curiosity guiding his delicate paws, Thistle followed the bioluminescent trail deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. The rainfall created a soothing percussion upon the canopy, each drop tapping a different leaf like nature's own lullaby. He passed beneath archways of willow branches that swept the forest floor with gentle sighs, and stepped over roots that seemed to shift and make way for him. The air smelled of wet earth, blooming night-blooming jasmine, and the crisp scent of ozone after lightning, though no storm threatened the peaceful night. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, the mushroom path opened into a circular clearing bathed in starlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, so massive that 20 hares could have circled its trunk without touching paws. Its bark was gnarled and wise, etched with patterns that told stories of centuries passing. From a hollow in the trunk, a great horned owl emerged, her feathers the color of twilight and her eyes holding the depth of the night sky. This was Olaria, the forest's silent guardian. "Little one," she hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "you have followed the moon's invitation. What brings you to the Heartwood clearing?" Thistle's nose twitched nervously. "I couldn't sleep," he confessed. "There's a restlessness in my bones, as if I'm missing something important." Olaria blinked slowly, her golden eyes capturing the moonlight. "The forest speaks to those who feel such yearnings, but to understand its language, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone." She extended one wing, pointing toward a nearby brook that chuckled over smooth stones. "Begin there where the water tells stories of distant mountains." Thistle hopped to the water's edge, his paws sinking into the cool, damp moss. At first, he heard only the pleasant gurgling of water over rocks. But as he stilled his breathing and let his heartbeat slow, the sounds began to separate into distinct voices. The stream wasn't merely flowing, it was singing of snow-capped peaks where it began as melting glaciers, of fish that leaped in its currents, of the roots it quenched during dry seasons. The water's song spoke of constant movement and change, yet also of eternal cycles. "A stream remembers everything it touches," murmured Olaria from her perch. "But it never holds on too tightly. It teaches us that flowing forward is not the same as forgetting." Encouraged, Thistle turned his attention to the stones lining the bank. To his astonishment, they began to emit a low, resonant hum, a vibration he felt rather than heard. Placing his ear against the largest stone, warm from the day's sun, he sensed its story unfolding. This stone remembered the footsteps of creatures long gone, the pressure of ancient trees that once grew beside it, the comfort of moss blankets during rainy seasons. Unlike the stream, the stone spoke of patience, of remaining steadfast through countless cycles. "The stones hold the forest's memory," the owl explained. "They remind us that stillness has its own wisdom." As the night deepened, Thistle noticed how the bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter, their light dancing in patterns that responded to the forest's mood. Fireflies joined the display, their golden flashes creating counterpoints to the mushroom's steady glow. Together they illuminated hidden details, dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, the intricate veins on leaves, the delicate tracings of frost beginning to form on fern tips. Olaria guided Thistle to a particularly ancient willow whose branches formed a curtain around its trunk. "Touch the bark," she instructed. "But do not press, simply rest your paw upon it." Thistle did as told and immediately felt a thrum of energy, like the forest's heartbeat. The tree communicated not in words but in sensations, the joy of sunlight filtering through its leaves, the companionship of birds nesting in its branches, the resilience during winter storms. Most powerfully, Thistle felt the tree's deep connection to everything around it, how its roots shared nutrients with neighboring trees, how its falling leaves nourished the soil, how its shade sheltered tender seedlings. "Trees know the secret of community," Olaria said. "They prosper together or not at all." Throughout the night, the owl led Thistle on a gentle journey of discovery. They paused by a patch of silver-leafed plants that chimed softly when the wind passed through them. They watched badger cubs tumbling in their moonlit set, their playful grunts and snuffles creating a comforting rhythm. They observed how the seasons had left their marks everywhere, from the tender new growth on berry bushes to the hollow logs returning to earth, providing homes for insects and fungi. "The forest never truly sleeps," Olaria explained as they returned to the heartwood clearing. "It merely shifts between different kinds of waking. The restlessness you feel is the forest's eternal turning, the same turning that brings autumn's release, winter's quiet, spring's awakening, and summer's abundance." As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in watercolor hues of lavender and rose, Thistle realized his restlessness had transformed. The yearning in his bones hadn't disappeared, but it had found its place. It was simply his own small heartbeat joining the forest's greater rhythm. "Will you teach me to understand the other seasons?" Thistle asked, watching the first rays of sunlight gild the treetops. Olaria ruffled her feathers, a sound like pages turning in an ancient book. "The forest itself will be your teacher now. Return when the leaves begin to turn gold, when the first snow dusts the ferns, when the buds swell with new life. Each season has its own magic to share." Thistle made his way back to his burrow as morning birds began their chorus. The world felt both familiar and new, the same trees, the same streams, but now he understood they were breathing, speaking, living in ways he'd never imagined. He settled into his nest of dried grass and soft feathers, listening to the forest's daytime sounds beginning to overlay the nighttime whispers. Outside his burrow, a gentle breeze stirred the aspen leaves, creating a sound like soft rainfall. Somewhere nearby, water dripped from a mossy stone into a small pool with rhythmic plinks. The scent of damp earth and waking flowers drifted on the air. Thistle closed his eyes, not with restless energy, but with peaceful anticipation for the next twilight, when the moon would rise again and the forest's nocturnal magic would awaken once more. And deep in the whispering woods, the ancient oak stood patient and knowing, its roots cradling the sleeping hair, its branches reaching toward the fading stars. A guardian of cycles, a keeper of rhythms, a testament to the gentle truth that in every ending lives a beginning, and in every silence a story waiting to be heard.